F5, and hopefully we have transcoding options now. Refresh. And yeah. No, we don't. Okay, well, it is what it is. Too bad. So sad. Okay, so I guess we don't have transcoding options today. It should be fine. I stream to like a bitrate of 2K, which is relatively low, so I don't think we'll have too many issues with it. But if anybody's having trouble, just let me know and we can try to turn the stream off and on again. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. Of course, now it says I have 0 viewers, but hey, it's okay. So sorry about that. So let's go ahead and CD into Project Spectre. Actually, first what I'm going to do is let's talk about the game that we're making. Oh my gosh. How did that even happen? CD Projects Spectre. Over here. CD Projects Spectre. Okay. So let's talk about the project that we're making right now, explain why it's interesting, and yeah, we can go from there. Okay. So, we're making a terminal game. Terminal. Whoa, let's try spelling that one again. Everything just looks ugly. So we're making a terminal game. So what is a terminal game? Everyone knows it's basically a game that you play in the terminal, right? So if we do rogue, here you are, you're this little @ sign. I'm right next to a hobgoblin. I'm just, wow, I'm gonna die really quickly here. Well, I just died. But yeah, it's a game that you play entirely in your terminal. I'm specifically going to focus on a 24x80 terminal window. We can make it bigger, we can make it smaller. It doesn't really matter too much. Point is, I'm specifically focusing on a 24x80 terminal window. And the game itself is going to be called Spectre. Basically, you are a Spectre. The idea is that you go through and you are trying to protect someone that you care about. It's not necessarily someone you love, it's just someone you care about. It could be a friend, could be an acquaintance, could be a family member, I don't know. Point is, you define that person. You are a Spectre trying to find that person and go from there. How do you start the stream without title? What do you mean? What do you mean without title? I have a title? I'm confused. Oh man, I have a title, I think. Terminal game development. Anyway, doesn't matter. So the idea is that you are a Spectre and you're trying to protect someone, right? So your goal is basically to find the person and then, proceed to protect them. So the majority of the game is trying to figure out where the person is so that you can then, protect them. So what we need to do, or what the idea here is, you're a Spectre, you're walking around, in the real world, and you can flip between the real world and the spirit world to solve a bunch of different challenges. That's kind of the whole crux of the game. You're literally just a spirit walking around. You can transfer between the two different worlds, enter people's minds, this type of stuff. So that's kind of the whole idea. It's a pretty straightforward premise, I think. The idea is just to create like a really well storied, like a pretty, gripping story-driven terminal game. That's what I want to go with. Everybody is streaming Netflix or something over 4G here, so I barely have any bandwidth, crazy high response time. So if you have trouble, let me know. I might be able to drop the bit rate or something. I'm not really sure. How do you start the stream without a title? Title is on my Twitch app. It doesn't have one. I can't watch my current internet. See ya, TS Joss. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't. I could try restarting the stream again, but I can't do anything about it. I've actually genuinely considered switching to YouTube Live over Twitch. Just because at least then you always get transcoding options. The only reason I didn't was because of this chat right here. That was actually the only reason I didn't. This chat, the YouTube Live app doesn't have an IRC client, so there isn't really much I can do. And no, I'm not allowed to multi-stream. So just because as a Twitch affiliate, you're not allowed to. So hey, Marion, how are you? If anyone else is having trouble, let me know. I'm sorry, TS Jost. I can't really do anything about it. I mean, I'm trying. I just can't. So maybe when we have like 20 or 30 viewers, which I'm sure we'll get later on in stream, I can do something about it. Like, man, it's just the transcoding thing really just pisses me off. Like, it makes me like not want to stream at all because it's just such a big issue. It's like if people come to your stream and they can't even watch it, like that's a big issue. I don't understand how we've gotten to 2020 and people haven't been able to figure that out yet. Affiliate doesn't have transcoding. No, so as affiliate, you have the option to get transcoding. As a partner, you get, default transcoding, right? So what ends up happening is you're not allowed to get transcoding if you're not an affiliate. And if you are an affiliate, you get the chance to get transcoding, and then, as a partner, you finally get default transcoding. And so, that's legitimately the only reason I want to be partner is so that I could have transcoding options. That's it. That's the only reason. And it sucks that the only reason I want to be partner is for technical limitations. I'm good. Hope people are okay too. Yeah, I think everyone's okay. I mean, I'm ranting and raving about how I don't like Twitch, but honestly, it's fine. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and show you what we have right now. So let's just run Julia, -- project. And we're just going to run source spectrum.jl. So I spent a long time yesterday or after stream basically getting this to work. So the idea is we have hello world in the center of screen. It's going to disappear in a bit. And we have this S that basically moves around this box. That's all we have. Now, this, it took me a long time to make. Not because I don't understand curses, which is the typical library that people use for terminal emulation or whatever. But the particular API that I'm using is Julia specific. And so it's, it doesn't quite work the way I want it to all the time. So anyway, there's a lot of this particular stream will be struggling against Julia, which is fine. I think that's actually a good thing to do because I want to make the Julia libraries a bit better. So anyway, that's where we're at right now. We just have a box. We have the ability to move around. So let's start talking about that in a bit more detail. So let's vi source spectrum.jl. Okay, so here's what we know. S is for Spectre, actually. Spectre, which is what you are. Okay. So what's going on here? So what happens with this particular library, text user interfaces, is you've got your terminal window. Inside of the terminal window, you then embed an additional window, right? And this is just going to be called, well, I guess we'll change the color, and we'll say this window is going to be called just window. Inside of the window, you then embed one more thing, which we call a widget. So this is called a widget. Okay. Now, both the window and the widget are defined by positions, object positioning something, OPCs, object positioning container is what it's called. So they're defined by OPCs. Now, what I could figure out how to do was move this window's position around because there's a very simple move window function. It is down here, move window person TL, where T and L are the top and the left of the new position of the person. What I couldn't figure out how to do is move the widget because there is no move widget command. So this command, move widget, does not exist. Now, what I'm trying to think, widget, there's a G in there. No, I honestly don't care so much about the text user interface. I don't really need it that much. All I need is the ability to basically use ncurses, which is, the ability to basically, define all of the ASCII text that you have inside of your terminal window. So I kind of feel like I don't want to have to deal with widgets at all. I think I'm just going to draw directly to screen on individual windows. So that's what I'm going to try right now. And I'm just going to recreate what we have just outside of the text user interfaces, just using what I would naturally expect to use with ncurses, essentially. So right here we have this move print W, 1233 hello world. And then I think at some point we refresh the window, right? So let's just try to figure this out. We're gonna slowly but surely create our terminal game one step at a time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to define. I need to think about how I'm gonna define it. And I also want to think about. Does move the window move the widget? Yeah, yes, it does. So, like, for example, if I do spectrum.jl, the widget is embedded inside. So what I'm doing is I have a person, and I'm doing create window, and inside of the window, I have a title S, border true. Okay, so this basically just says in the window, I have a single element, and that element is this S character here. I actually think, now that I think about it, we do actually want a window for each, like for each sprite, essentially, right? So we'll have a background, and then we'll have like a new window for each sprite. Now, I'm afraid that creating all these windows is actually going to be somehow slow. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but it could be. So we'll just kind of keep going. It's weird that I'm thinking about performance for a terminal game, though. So that's the thing. I think I am very much over optimizing this. So we'll just kind of, figure it all out one step at a time. I actually, the more I think about it, the more I kind of like this idea of just giving every sprite its own window. I don't think the performance matters here. It shouldn't, but I'm kind of worried it might. Maybe, yeah, probably won't. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we could do GPU rendering, worst case scenario, of a terminal game. Okay, so I don't know the difference between refresh all windows and update panels. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm actually going to try to make border equal false. Actually, I'm just going to create a window, okay? And what I want to do is I want to print just a capital S on that window, okay? Now, that sounds relatively straightforward, but the issue there is that this move print W thing in the Julia functionality doesn't allow you to actually, so if we do mv print W in C++, end curses, this allows you to specify the window that you're acting on, right? So window win. But in the Julia case, we don't have the capability of specifying the window. So I feel like what we need to do is find a way to highlight, say that we're looking at this window right now, and when we're looking at this window, we then draw on that window. So I'm gonna mess around a bit, and we'll see what we can do. Hey ROCS, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, so let's just open up Julia, and then double dash project, and let's just see what functions we have available. So we're gonna be using text user interfaces, and then text user interfaces dot end curses. Yep. Okay. So now we should be able to do text user interfaces, and let's just see what functions we have here. So we have widget common. What I'm looking for in particular is a, let's see, like a focus command. Like here's an accept focus here. And so what I'm trying to see is if there's like just a focus command. Been a while. Hey Janssen, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you here. So maybe just because of time zones. I bet it is because of time zones. Yeah. So let's see. I'm going to try focus on widget. No, I want to focus on window. So what happens if I do methods of, we'll do mv print W, okay? What does this give us? It gives us one method, and again, it's just y, x, and then the string. So, wait, what happened? Oh, Tokto, thank you so much for giving a sub to Janssen. Really appreciate it. I'm going to put 2 Simulicows in chat. So let's put a Simulicow in there. 1, and then 2. I miss a lot of streams now that he's in the US because my temp job is nights. Sorry about that. Yeah, I am. That's actually the reason I'm streaming earlier on weekends, because I'm trying to make it so European folks can watch too, and people who work late nights and stuff like that. Request focus, right? I think request focus. Well, actually, I don't know what it does. So let's look at methods. Oh, where am I? I'm over there. My bad. Let's look at methods, and then request focus. Here. So this takes window. Okay, so let's try that then. What if I do request focus? Okay, so we request focus, and we request focus of the person window. Okay, and then we move print, and all we're going to do is on 0, 0, we're going to print a capital S. Okay, so let's see if that happens. So we created a window that is of size 1, 1. It's, initializing at TL, which is top and left. And then we're at position 0, 0 in that window, we're going to try to just draw a person. Control D, secterm, source.jl. Let's see what happens. Load error, nothing has field. Okay, my bad. It's because of time zones, also really busy with university. Dude, totally fair. I saw a function called request focus. Let's see. Thanks, Tokto. What kind of game are you making? We are making a terminal game. And just, I need to get like a quick, elevator pitch here. As a quick elevator pitch, you're a spirit sent to protect someone. Your goal is to find that person by flipping between spirit space and real space in order to solve different problems and basically find this person you're looking for, right? So you're basically trying to, work your way through the world and find, this person you're sent off into the world to protect. So that's kind of the whole, that's the shtick. That's what you're looking for. It's a story-based terminal game. I'm really hoping it turns out cool. Like I really want this to be like, I want it to be a game that people remember. Like, I want it to be emotional. Not emotional, but I want it to be a game that people are like, oh, that's cool. I liked playing that game. But I just want it to be a terminal game because I feel like there aren't any terminal games that when people play, they're like, wow, that was a cool story, So that's kind of what I'm going for. And I know it's a bit arrogant to think that I could, make a story that people are like particularly proud and happy to play. But on the other hand, I feel like, why not? Let's give it a shot. So here we're going to do using text user interfaces end curses and text user interfaces here. So let's see what we have available for text user interfaces dot end curses. And curses dot, okay. So we have a bunch of stuff here. I feel like move print W. I feel like that's what I want, but maybe there's something else here. So let's try print previous widget, previous window, process focus. That might be what we want. Like maybe we want to refocus. So let's do methods. Well, let me try this. What happens if I do this and then process focus? Okay, process focus. The focus considering the user's keystroke K. Process the action. Okay. Process the focus on the window due to keystroke K. I don't want this to have to do with a keystroke exactly. I don't think. So maybe we... okay, we will need this eventually, I think. But not right now. I don't think we need it right now. Okay, so what other tools would we have here? Let's just go to the documentation and figure out what we need to do. So text, user, interfaces. I feel like we're going to have to put a PR up for text user interfaces.jl because there's a lot of stuff, like a lot of work to be done with this package. Like we're slowly but surely getting there. Create text-based user... What is this? Termbox.jl. This was created August 26, 2017. Yeah, it's definitely not still in development. At least this one's still in development. Like people are actively working on it, It's not fully there yet, but so let's do focus, maybe? Request focus. Let's see. Init focus manager, request focus, release focus, request focus, next window, previous window. Next widget. Yeah, I want to focus on, okay, let's take a look at this request focus again. Maybe I was just using it wrong. Request focus window. And what did I try? I tried request focus window. And then it gave me an error. So let's go ahead and figure out what that error was because maybe I just didn't read that error correctly. I'm opening up another terminal because again, if ever you have any troubles in life, usually you can solve it with another terminal. So we're going to cd into projects, specterm, and then let's just run Julia --project equals dot, and then we're going to run source specterm.jl. And what's the issue here? Nothing as field connection focus acquired. Structure. So macro expansion, home layouts packages, text user interfaces, except focus, focus.jl33. Focus Manager 171, Spectrum 31 is what it says. And yeah, it's on this request focus. So type nothing. We've created the window. But maybe we screwed up. Maybe we were supposed to push person onto the field of windows. Okay, let's try that. And okay, load error, nothing, yeah. So we get the same error. Okay, so let's take a look at this documentation again. So request the focus of the window when. If win cannot get focus, then nothing happens and it returns false. If win can get focus, the focus is passed to it and the function returns true. Even if win is in the focus chain, focus ID will not change by requesting focus to window. This means that every window focus order is not altered by this function. Okay. So we know for a fact that this, okay, we don't know for a fact, but I would say that this probably should work. So type nothing has no field connection on focus acquired. Let's try figuring some of this stuff out. So how about what I do? I'm going to reset here. And I'm going to not request focus, but what I am going to do is I'm going to print the string of the type of person to some location. This is the dumbest form of print debugging I've ever seen in my life, for the record, but you know, we're doing it. Here, so now we should get the string of the type of the person out to the terminal. It is of type window, which is what we expected. So in here, of course, we need to make border equals false. Of course, I just realized that. Also, guys, if you have any questions, you know, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. There's just going to be a lot of just, you know, software development in these streams here. And I'm not going to argue that, like, you know, it's all, in my opinion, interesting stuff, but, you know, it might be a bit hard to follow at times. So just let me know if anything like that happens. So let's go back to text user interfaces and let's see if we can figure out this error. So the issue was, for some reason it thinks when I do request focus of person, which should be a window. Yeah, so when I do this, breaks. So let's try and run this and give it a second and we'll get the error message. Type nothing has no field connection on focus required. So let's take a look at this. So it should be in focus.jl33. Okay, let's just look for text use, or maybe I could go here maybe, and then there should be like a home, edit on GitHub. Yep, there we go. And text user interfaces. And then we're going to go to source. What's the file again? It was source windows focus.jl. Focus.jl. And accept focus window. And in particular, it's saying on line 33. So line 33 here, emit signal widget focus acquired. If accept focus, pass the focus to the widget. So it is naturally assuming that every single window has a widget. That's an issue. Because like I said before, we can move windows around, but we can't move widgets around, right? So all I'm trying to do is allow myself to print a string to a window and then move that window around. That's what I'm thinking of, but that's not going to work either. It's interesting to see how you think of the implementation, how you reason around the problem, and how you structure things. Yeah, I think that's also one reason why I like watching other people program as well, because it's nice just watching other people think through a problem. Like, to me, it's a form of entertainment, right? Like, it's not like I'm actually watching them to learn. I'm watching them just because I kind of like it's a chill way to think about, it's like passive learning, you know? A person that exists. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so then let's go back to the stack trace one more time. And it says Focus Manager 171. Maybe. Okay, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Source Focus Manager 171, but let's take a look at Focus Manager 171 as well. So source Focus Manager.jl. And if we go down to line 171, what do we have here? 171 is going to be if accept focus window. We refresh all windows, update all. Wow. What? Okay. So that's super interesting. So what they're saying is every time you want to focus on a window, you're going to have to refresh all windows and update all panels and do an update. That is super costly. The nice thing about terminal games is that a lot of the game of writing the game, I guess you could say, is figuring out the minimum number of ASCII characters that you have to delete and rewrite. I think after looking at this a bit longer, I think I'm just going to be focusing on the ncurses interface instead of the text user interfaces. So basically, here's the thing. Julia, right now, we've got two interfaces that we can call on. We've got the text user interfaces interface, which is going to be here. So we have text user interfaces. But then we have the ncurses backend. I know the ncurses backend reasonably well. I've used it before. So I feel like let's just use the ncurses backend for now. And anytime we see a function that we could very easily fix up and we can make a bit better or something like that, we'll do that. So I think the way that we're going to be contributing to the text user interfaces package on Julia, in Julia, is by actually making the ncurses interface a bit better. I think that's what we're going to focus on. Because right now, I can't quite figure out how to do what I want to do with text user interfaces exactly. Because it seems like every window needs a widget, and I don't want that. I don't want that. You know, I just want to print to a window. So like, I feel like I have to do unnecessary work. And also this unnecessary work is a lot of unnecessary computation that I don't want to do. Now, again, I don't care. Like, this is a terminal game. It's not like you really need that computation, but it kind of rubs me the wrong way when we're doing needless computation, you know? Doname, hey, how are you? I thought you were here earlier. Yeah, I hope you're having a great day. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to I'm going to reset to this terminal because it's broken. And let's go over here. So I already created, because, you know, I was working on this a good deal, a backup spectrum that is using just the ncurses backend. Now you'll notice that this is significantly, I don't know how to put this. This is significantly shorter than the other code that we just wrote. The other thing to note here is that I have all of these lines that are commented out. So I use default colors, no echo, BG keypad, no cbreak, BG keypad, echo. This stuff in here is stuff that exists in the Python backend, but doesn't exist in the Julia backend. So I guess here's the question. I guess I'm going to ask you guys right now, and we'll do a quick poll. We have two ways to move forward. Let's do journal, new page before. And I'm going to explain it, and I'm going to explain what I want to do. So we have two ways to move forward. One, we use a text user. So I'm going to poll you guys in just a second. Interfaces. Whoa. .jl. Or two, we use ncurses, the ncurses backend. Okay. So let's look at the pros and cons here. The pro, and I guess I'll put the pro in blue, green. Green's usually for cons. So the pro here for the text user interfaces is that it's a pure Julia implementation. It's more Julia-like, right? And if I'm using Julia, might as well leverage all the things that Julia provides for me. Now, that's kind of a dummy argument because, quite frankly, I'm going to be leveraging Julia whether I'm using the ncurses backend or not. But I'm just saying that this interface is more likely going to be what Julia uses in the long term. It's just not mature. So the negative here is that it's not mature. Okay? Now, ncurses is the direct opposite. It has a lot of maturity, but that maturity does not exist yet in Julia. So if we're going to work on a terminal game, we're going to have to contribute back to the text user interfaces library. The question is, how do we contribute back? Do we contribute back by making this more mature? Or do we contribute back by getting more of this mature functionality in Julia? Right? And there's advantages and disadvantages to both of them. You know, it's nice to have a Julia-specific API, but also it's kind of nice to have mature libraries existing in Julia, right? So I guess I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. What do you think we should focus on here? Do you think we should focus on text user interfaces, or we should focus on making the ncurses backend more mature? What do you guys think? One or two? Vote now. I don't know if we'll get any votes in the chat or not, but we'll see. I vote 2. So we have 1 vote for 2. Admittedly, you guys just saw me struggle a bit with text user interfaces. So what about Turnbox? So Turnbox, we just looked at Turnbox, right? So, Turnbox, the reason I didn't want to use Turnbox is because this version was created in 2017. The latest commit is 12 months ago, it looks like. Yeah, like a year ago, almost. So if if you're going to use Turnbox, you're going to have to develop the whole thing from scratch. Whereas at the very least, Text User Interfaces has a good development team, and I already spoke to them about potentially doing 1 or 2, and they said, to think about it. So let's see. It looks like I vote 2. Wait. Who was the first one to vote 2? It looks like you were so Arceus. So 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, I think these are all the votes we have so far. Any other votes? You have 30 seconds. I don't have a timer, but just pretend. So it looks like we'll probably go with 2. AskAquarium, it uses curses as well, the Pearl source. Oh, I love AskAquarium. I know I have... Oh, no, do I not? Just for the record, I've done stuff in curses as well, so I know the API decently well. Oop. Just because I've used it before. We actually tried to do an ASCII New Year animation where we tried to make fireworks in ASCII before. But that, yeah, we didn't finish with that. You talk to your group. I talked to... So, here, I'll explain. So, Text User Interfaces has an ncurses backend. Right. So the thing is, Text User Interfaces is active, but the ncurses backend development is also active, right? So saying that I was speaking to the people working on Text User Interfaces, and I specifically asked, hey, I'm thinking about either helping you make it more mature or helping you make this have a better Julia implementation. So it's the same project. It's the same, I'm not saying that obviously, Text User Interface is active, but this is a part of that. Here, so we're still contributing back. It's just we're contributing back by making basically the mature API work slightly better. That's what we're focusing on. So I think in both ways we're helping about the same. But it does look like so we can, even if we take 1 vote off of here and we move it up here. It still looks like the ncurses win, because I think my vote right now is more down here because I've been struggling with the widget interface and all that kind of stuff. But for those of you who don't know AskAquarium, it is absolutely beautiful. What are you kidding? You kidding me? I couldn't install it. Okay, I'll figure out why I can't install it later. I guess I can't use much of curses for the game itself, except for menus, etc. AskAquarium built an animation package on top of curses. Right. This is what we're gonna have to do. Right, I agree with you. Yep, this is what we're going to have to do in the end. It's just a matter of, how we go about that. So I think we're going to just try to use the ncurses interface and go from there. Okay, so let's just get going, I think. This is going to be it's going to be interesting, right? Because what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to look up basically the Python version of things. So here's the thing. So if we go to Python ncurses, and then we go to, the curses programming in Python. It's got a pretty decent API. I'm a big fan of the API. But the problem is we're missing, some of the, I don't know. We're missing some of the functionality. For example, this cbreak functionality just doesn't exist. So, and no echo, again. I think no echo exists, but for some reason it wasn't working when I was running it before. Okay, so let's open up Julia again. And let's see. So we're going to do... text. Well, let me just do no echo. Yeah, no echo exists. So let's look at methods, no echo. Okay, it looks like we have one method, it's just calling no echo. So I don't know why it didn't work before. So yeah, let's just go ahead and get started and knock it out of the park. So what I'm going to do first is I'm actually going to commit what we have right now as the as kind of a working model for what we have for using Text User Interfaces. And then we'll kind of go from there. So what are we going to do? Let's do git add spectrum source spectrum.jl. Just use Python library and Julia. We could also do that. We could definitely do that. But we're trying to contribute back in some way. I'm not going to say we're going to do crazy, amazing advances to the Julia language. I'm just saying it's nice to contribute back, And I feel using Python to Julia isn't contributing back, So git add source spectrum.jl. Get status, get add. We'll just do manifest and project.toml. Get status again, get commit, -m, adding simple script to move. Actually, let me modify it really quick. So it's actually doing what I say it's going to do. Sorry about that. So greet window, board equals false. So we're actually going to make it board equals true. And label equals s. Let's see, move. We are going to not print anything there. And no longer request focus. I believe if we go over here and we run Julia --project equals dot, and then we do source spectrum.jl. This should be working just fine. Okay, well, never mind. I screwed up somehow. Did I misspell label? Could have misspelled label. Ice cold, ice cold witch. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. No method matching create window. Closest candidates are create window. String. Create window. Oh, is it just this? No, I screwed up. Oh, maybe it's title equals s, not label. And I probably lowercase t, right? Try one more time. Okay, yep. And so we have this s that we can move around, and it's fine. Cool. Okay, so let's do git add source spectrum.jl, git commit -m. I'm adding simple text user interfaces code to move s around screen. Something like that should be fine. Okay, git push origin development. Cool. So now let's try the end curses backend and see what we got. I think it actually should be very similar. So let's go into VI source. Actually, how do I want to do this? Let's do cd source, and let's move spectrum backup into spectrum.jl. Let's do git diff over here. Now let's go into VI spectrum.jl. Okay, so it looks to me like we have init background. So since use default colors doesn't seem to exist, I'm actually going to leave it commented out because these are things that I think we might want to, use in the near future, but we'll get there when we get there. So right now, all we do is we initialize the background, and then we print hello world, we refresh everything, and then we sleep. That's it. That's all we do. And then we kill curses at the end. Kill curses is just destroy TUI right now. Again, we'll modify this in a bit. So the next thing I want to do is I want to make it so we can create an S that moves around the screen. Now, unfortunately, because we don't have, we do have a window interface. Should we start color? So let's see. Let's see how people normally create windows. Windows, let's see, Windows version of Python. Let's see, so init screen, curses.init screen is going to be std screen. So let's go ahead and create a new function that we're going to call, I don't know, function. We're going to modify this all at the end. So we're just going to call it create person, something like this. And we're going to end the function down here. I suppose we should have a general initialization. So let's go in here. Let's just do init here. And in this guy, we're actually going to just put the init TUI. In fact, I think init background should just be called init, and it just returns a background. Oops, sorry about that. There's a cool VI mod called Vim that has colors, by the way. Oh, thanks, man. I might look into it soon. I appreciate that, though. I never knew about it. We have an emote for Simul VI, by the way. Okay, so let's go back here. So grading person, what is this going to do? It should return I think it should return a window, is what I think. And this window will have a single character on it, and that single character will be an S. Let's see how that goes, because again, I was having trouble. The bot is amazing. I like the bot, but I understand if you guys don't. So why am I even wearing these headphones? Like, I have no music going on. Let me just throw that over there. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. We still run into the issue where I'm not entirely sure how to draw a single character on a window, right? So let's see, what do we have over here? Usually, when you're trying to write something to a window in the Python API, you will create a window, with new win, and you give it a height, width, and its beginning y and x coordinates. And then you add character to the window. So let's see what we have available in Julia. So let's look for add character. We have add widget. That doesn't work. We have add joint. Again, not what we're looking for. I think I saw this in the Arrival movie. Unfortunately, the bot does not have an FAQ. Probably should. There is one under stream if you look at the... There is one under stream if you want to look for it. So, what functions do we have? So let's look for text user interfaces, .ncurses, and curses, and let's see, what do we have? So I am particularly looking for any function that would allow for me to just write characters to a screen. So we've moved print W, which you would think move W, print W, is that what I'm looking for? Let's look for that one. So let's do methods, mvw print W. What does this do? There we go. It has a window. So we can print directly to the window, which would mean that here we want to, is there a new win function? New form, new win, nice. Okay. So here we want to create a new window that is the person. And then I think we want to move the window around. And this is what I'm going to try to do. And I want to see, this will be the exact same thing I was trying to do before. It's just, I think it will be slightly easier. So the create person will read in a few parameters. And the parameters will be, I guess we'll call it the initial positions. So we'll say init_x, which is going to be of type int64. It doesn't have to be 64. We could probably do 32. Let's just do 32. Well, let's just leave it int. Who cares? And then init y. Okay? And then in here, we're going to do return. So we're going to say person is going to be equal to new win. And I think we can do, let's see, methods of new win. And it should take lines t, columns t, y, and x. So what we need then is 1, 1, because it's just going to be a size 1. And then we're going to do x and y. So init y first, init x. I suppose I should probably flip these guys around. So it's init y and init x so that we don't get confused. And then down here, we're going to print a single character to that. So it should be mvw print w. And in here, we're just going to print the character. So we're going to print to the person window. Let me see, what do we have here? So it's going to be person window, and then we have 0, 0. And then we're going to do string, and the string is just going to be a big old S. And then we're going to return, I think we need to refresh, which I think we can refresh a specific window, and then return person. You probably don't want to make the person a window. Windows and ncurses aren't supposed to be overlapping. They probably render, but it won't have a good concept of which is on top or restoring obscured characters when one window is repositioned or removed. So you're saying, I'm going to test that really quick, if you don't mind. I would love to test that. Yep, I think you're right. So let me test that a bit. There's an entire section about YVI. Yeah. So let's see. So I'm going to do methods of refresh. What distribution in Windows Manager are you using? I'm using Arch Linux, and I'm using, does it refresh all Windows? Okay, let's just see if this compiles. I'm using Arch Linux. I'm using OpenBox. So I guess I'll just type it here, Arch OpenBox. But yeah, also this particular theme is available on our Discord somewhere. It's I think if you go to off topic on the Discord, I think here we go to off topic. I think it's, oh, maybe it's general pinned messages here. Maybe it is off topic pinned messages there. Yeah, so here it is, the grayscale. Yep. So this means that, you know, if you wanted to do the exact same theme I have, it is available on Discord if you want to take a look at it. Okay, so I think let's figure out what Ebron's saying here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move print W, move window print W, and we are going to print a bunch of crap to the background screen. So here the background screen is going to be just, I don't know what I'm going to put in the back, but I'm just going to put something there. So let's do at position 1, 1. Let's do BG. At position 1, 1. We're just going to put in 80 periods. So we're just going to do 80. 80 a dot. Okay. And we're going to say 4. Oh, don't know why I did 4 spaces. 4. I equals 1 to 24. Let's see. So it's y first. And then here we're going to do BG, and this is going to be R I minus 1, I think. Okay, so now if we redo this GUI, which should be done with just this, so if we do so if we do Julie double dash project spectrum.jl, we should just see a bunch of dots, but we don't because init background is not defined because I am what you might call an idiot. So let's try this one again. Good. Okay, so we see a bunch of dots. That is exactly what we expected. Admittedly, we're one column off. So let's just change this to be 0. Try it again. And right, so now we just have a bunch of dots. So now what I'm going to try to do is test what Ebron said, and I'm going to put a window on top of it. I'm just going to have the window move around. So now let's create the person, and we will move that person around. Okay, so now we have the background initialized as a bunch of dots. We're refreshing the screen. We are sleeping 1, and I think I can actually just put the same get routine we had over here. So let's do get diff, and we have, you know, key equals JLGetch, while key is not equal to Q. I think I can just grab this exact thing, and I think it should be okay. Admittedly, yeah, we gotta remove some spaces. I realize I'm in the global scope. There's a lot of stuff here that I, you know, working on, but, you know, give me a second. So we're gonna do 5x for each of these lines. Okay. So while, and I think there's an additional end that I'm missing back here. And then we move window, but I don't want to move window. I want to, no, I do want to move window. So we're going to move window person. See how that does. And then we're going to end here. So we say while the key is not equal to Q, we're going to process focus of the key, and then JLGetch. Yep, so this should be fine, I think. Move window, kill curses, and I believe each one of these guys, we just want to do a refresh. See what happens. Q. This is still going to break. I'm sure it's going to break. There's going to be something wrong with this. Yeah, okay. Key's not defined. Cool. You can wrap all that in main and call it main at the end, probably. Oh, yeah, I definitely can. Just one step at a time. We're slowly but surely getting there. That's what I did last time. I just, you know, moving one step at a time here. So it said key not defined, and that was because I don't know. So let's go ahead and define the person. So in here, we're going to say person is going to be equal to create person. And I'm just going to give it some random location of, let's say, 1010. And we can go from there. So we have the person created at location 1010. So if we run this again, we should see a bunch of dots with an S at some location, but we don't, because probably exactly what Nebron said before. Windows and cursors aren't supposed to be overlapping. They'll probably render, but it won't have a good concept of which is on top or restoring obscured. Yep, that's fair. Yep, so we need to focus on the, like, if we have a person moving around, we have to focus on that person. Okay, so let me think. Now, the one advantage of using text user interfaces.jl is that they do have a, like, concept of compositing windows. So if we go to examples, no, source maybe? And then we go to Windows. I think they have compositing windows or something. Maybe compositing widgets inside of window. I don't know. I just got really confused by it. Okay. Cool. So then if we do WASD, yeah, we get load error, key not defined. And that is, I'm not exactly sure why. Okay, so let's reset. Get diff again. Okay. So I don't know why key wasn't defined there, because it looks like we are defining key as JLGetch. And we say, well, key.value is not equal to Q. And then it's saying that, you know, we don't have key, but I don't understand how that could possibly be the case. So while JLGetch is looking for a Q key press, so we do update. Is that the problem, that we're not updating? No, it says key is not defined. That's such a weird error. Can I just scroll up and find that error again? No, I cannot. Maybe if I scroll up now? No, that didn't help. Let's try it again. Double dash project. And then we'll try moving somehow. Key not defined. Top level. Expression starting spectrum 45. That didn't help. I am using text user interfaces. So, well, we've learned a lot today. I've learned a lot. I don't know if you guys have, but hey, thanks for being here. Okay. So I think, yeah, there is going to be a lot of this, like, kind of just trying to get everything to work right now. And then once we have something kind of working, it should be a lot better in the future. So why is this not working? So let's reset. And then we're going to try get diff again, and let's just take a look. So we have function main, no echo, curse set 0. Maybe check the value of key before the while. Yeah. So here I'm just going to have BG is going to be equal to init. Good old printf debugging. Yeah, we'll try it. So here we're going to do mvw print w on the background window. And we're going to say, I think location is going to be, I don't know, 2020. And it's going to be string of key. See what that does. Q. And then we're going to run this one and see what this does. So, okay. Extra token. Okay. Yep, that's me. That's totally on me. Let's try refreshing down here. I don't know where a person went. A person is completely missing. Is it hanging on create person? Let's try removing that. And also here, I'm just going to print somewhere else, yank paste, and we're going to print on, I don't know, 30, 20, maybe 21. We're going to print yo, just to make sure something is happening. All right. Hey, Prutz, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Right, nothing is showing. Which says to me that what? Okay, keystroke, undefined value, key not defined. String S symbol char. Bool false. You know what? I think I might maybe know the issue. So let's do reset over here. And I believe it's actually that no echo thing. So let's just make sure no echo is here. Try that again. Julia double dash project. Okay. So, and also let me put this before the JL Getch. So dd here, paste here, and then we're going to do a refresh there. Okay, so let's do Q. Okay, try it again. And now we should, yep, there's our yo right there. Boom. Seems like the catch function waits until your key is pressed. Yes, I think that's exactly what's happening. So now if I type WASD, it says that there is a keystroke, which is great because it says keystroke. So we know it's of type keystroke. The issue here is that we're not moving the window appropriately because we don't have the person created. So where did the person go is my question. So let's go here. We define the window. How do we, and I think that's right. We don't have the ability to put multiple windows on top of each other. So let's maybe think of this in a different way. So instead of thinking of this as like, let's think of this as a set of objects to render. I think that's what we want to think of it as. So in here, we're going to create a struct, which is going to be of type object. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what we call it. It's just going to be of type object. Okay. And here, now the Julia notation is to capitalize the O in this. So let's go ahead and capitalize that. And each of these guys are going to have an X location, which is going to be of size int, a Y location, which is going to be of size int. Then we're going to have a, I guess, X size. We'll call it a width, height. Okay. And for now, we're actually just going to give it a string. So we're going to say content. Okay. And the content is going to be a string. Cool. skQueryM uses mostly attron, attrov, add string in only one window. It builds the whole screen in memory, first for overlapping objects, I guess in order to minimize the actual curses calls. Yep, I think this is exactly what we want to do here. So this is why I'm creating this idea of an object. And so now this is going to return, so instead of creating a person that's a new window, we're actually going to create a person that is an object. And we're going to put it in an X, in an Y, and we're going to give it a size, which is going to be 1, 1, and the string is going to be an S, okay? And now we're going to, no. We're going to return person here, which is going to be of type object, and then we're going to create a function for all the objects, which are going to be function, and we're going to call it render objects, okay? And here, I think all we're going to do is basically move on top of the window, which is the background window, and we're going to print. And that's all we're going to do. So we'll just see how this goes. And so in here, we're going to take and I think we're just going to call render object singular here, and we'll add in just a second. So render object, and in here, we're going to say obj, which is going to be our object, and here. Have you ever developed browser-based UIs? I have not. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so in here we're just going to say, and yeah, we're just trying to render the person, and we're going to have to try to make the person move around. That's kind of all we're looking at here, you know? So we'll just see how this goes. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say mv print w, and in here we're going to print bg, so we probably need to read the bg window in here. Well, actually, no, if we're only using one window, that shouldn't be a big deal. So we'll do bg, and then we'll use the x, y location. So it's obj.x, obj.y. We're going to use the width and height later, but for now we're just going to do the obj.content. Okay, so this should allow us to render the object. So now we create the person, we render the object, we have the initialization function, we have a kill curses function. So we're going to do bg in it, and we're going to create the person at 1010. Julia is statically typed. I mean, not necessarily. You can do mutable types if you want. I just like statically typing my stuff as well, just because. So what ends up happening is it kind of relies on a pre-compilation process where you could potentially have a type instability, right? So like, for example, if init x and init y up here in the function could be treated as either a string or an int, for example. It's gonna, specialize on whatever cases you could potentially call. So you might accidentally overcompile multiple versions of this function, right? So I just kind of like specifying my types when I can, or when I feel they should be. It just helps me think about things a bit more, like Python now. Yeah, so move w print w. I think I'm just doing move print w. Right. Thank you for catching that. I think this will still work. And we're using Python type annotations. So we're going to create the person. Yeah, we can go ahead and move there. And then in the person, we're going to render object person. Okay. And I guess what we're going to do, we should probably also have a clear object. But for now, let's just render him, and then we'll clear him afterwards. So I think all these functions are necessary for now. JLGetch, we're going to keep that up for now. We're not going to refresh. And now instead of move window, we're going to change the top left to top left. So let's see, we're going to do a create person in here. Now I know this means that we're continually creating a new person in the place of the other person. So in some sense, this means that we're constantly killing the person and creating a new one. But you'll see in a second, that's not actually what we're doing. So just because of a bug, but you'll see the bug. So let's go. So we're going to create the person, and again, we give it an XY location, which is going to be, I believe it's Y first. Did I do X first or Y first? I did Y and then X. Good, I did it right. So we're going to create the person here. It's going to be Y and then X, which is going to be its new T and L locations. So for this person, we're going to initially give it a T and L location. So we'll say T is going to be equal to 1, and then L is going to be equal to 1, and let's just give it here, T and L. Okay, and then we go down here and we say create person, T, L. We're not going to delete the old person, and then we're just going to DD there and render object person. Now, did I do that all correctly? I think I did. What happens when I run this? We have an S in the upper corner. Dang it. We were close. How do you just copy a line in Vim? It's YY. So if you press Y twice, it'll yank the line. Yank is what it means. Let's see. The more significant difference between Julia and Python is that Julia is compiled. Yeah, so it's like, it is still... the compilation process in Julia is really interesting. Like it's significantly interesting. I don't understand it, but it is very interesting. I was thinking about having a friend come by, and a friend of mine who works more on the compiler ecosystem, and I was thinking about having him just chat for like a long time about the Julia compiler ecosystem, and I thought it'd be a cool, interesting conversation to have on stream. However, what I've been learning is that my definition of cool and interesting is fantastically different than everyone else's definition of cool and interesting. So, like a Q&A session. Yeah, basically like that. I just ran it again when I knew it was going to fail. Okay, so the Q works. Interesting. So Q works. When I press the Q button, it quits without any problems. So if we're not pressing Q, then we process the focus on the key. And we say key is going to be equal to JLGetch. And we say if key.value is equal to W, A, S, or D, we create the person and render the object and then refresh. That should be fine, but maybe it's a process focus command that's having an issue. Okay, load error, L not defined. What do you mean? You mind helping me out here, bro? What's going on? So undefined value error, L not defined. It's going to be on line 69. Nice. Okay. L plus equals 1. Okay, let's wrap this all in a main function. I think this is a scoping issue. Function main. So we're just going to wrap this all in a main function and go with that. I'm so sorry. And down here, we're just going to run main. Go. Okay, or not. You can just sit there. That's fine too. I don't mind. Like, we have all day. Okay, so we have the S, we have the yo. I'm pressing buttons. Nothing is happening. But if I press Q, it does quit. So we're getting somewhere. It's probably because process focus didn't work. So let's try this again. Okay. Okay, chat, what's going on? QNate, don't know why Y doesn't work for me. I mean, you typed in a line and copied it and pasted it just below the initial line. Right, that's true. I wonder what Cython does. Yeah, that's exactly, yeah, you're right. So if I open up a new terminal and I make it huge, right, huge, and then I do, I'll open up in Vim as well. So Vim file, and then I'm going to put in a line, right? So it doesn't matter what the line is. So I'm just going to put in 80 dots, we'll say. So I just put in 80 dots in the first line. So if I want to yank and paste that, all I have to do is take press YY, and then P. I don't know how to show this to you. I mean, I could like move my camera down, I guess, but it works fine. So then you can just keep pasting it because it's all in the buffer. So, and then the cool thing is if you want to delete like all the lines upwards, you can just type in D and then 10 and then the up button, and it will delete 10 buttons up. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that in chat. I'm sorry. Figured it out. And then if you press dot, it does the same command again. I'm a big fan of Vim and VI, like really big fan. I live in Vim and VI. Okay, so this means any other keys that are not equal to. Okay, so how about this? What we're gonna do is we're actually going to print out the T and L values. So we're gonna create the person, and we're also going to print it out. So MV, is it print? What is it? MV print W? So MV print W, and we're going to print out T, and we're going to give it a location, and I think the location is just going to be, oh, I don't know, 10 string of T, and we're going to do the same for string of L, and we're going to make it 20. And then we're going to refresh. So if we do Julia here, we should have, okay. So here you see that, so we see that the T, the top value, and the L value are increasing. So these are changing. Maybe not as intended, but I don't know how this got to 90 exactly. Did I just hold left or something? I don't know what happened. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but you know, they're moving, right? They're kind of moving as expected in some sense, except I don't know why it's, oh, I see, it's going up by 10 because I'm holding it down. Okay, that's interesting. But the S is not moving, which means our... I'm not exactly sure. So we're able to render an object that is a person. So render object is just move print W to object.y. Ah, this needs to be a mutable struct. So that means it can be changed. So now we're going to quit Julia _ project. And now it should be as... Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. No. I'm an idiot. I'm never defining a new person. So how about we just say person, instead of having this weird T and L value, let's define this slightly differently. So we're going to remove the T and L up here because there's no reason to have them anyway. And we're going to define this person, where's the person, to be at location, we're just going to say 1, 1. And then in here, we're just going to say person.x, .y, for all the T's. Okay, and this is going to be person.x. Oh, I can't believe I'm an idiot. No, I mean, I can believe I'm an idiot. I just can't believe that was the mistake that got me. So now we're going to move print W, render person. Great, write this, go over here, quit, try it again, and we should see now, T not defined. Where are we even using T? Move print W. That's because T and L aren't defined. Let's just do person.x and person.y. This should be what we're looking for. Come on, babe. Ha! It's not doing what I expected to do because I accidentally made it so my ups and downs bring me left and right. That was a mistake on my end. Let's fix that one. So we need to change this to X, X, Y, Y, right there. And I suppose what we need to do is completely clear the screen. But I don't think we want to clear it exactly. I think we only want to clear... Okay, well, think about what we need to do. Let's just get this working for now. So we're going to quit, right? Come on. Go, go, go. And now we have the S's are moving around. That's nice. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. It's like a really, really bad Snake game. It's really, really bad because it doesn't work at all. It's just a bad game. But we're getting there, you know? One small step for man, one giant leap for terminal emulation. Cool. If you specify a type, it will compile to that. Let me catch up on chat here. You know Vim and Emacs, by the way? I'm sure you can. Obviously, Python has its own system of type annotations. Don't know if it's compatible with Python 2. If you specify type, it will compile to that type in C. Screen keys are nice if you want to show VI keys you're using. Right, it's just I use the terminal for everything. And because I use the terminal for everything, I am hesitant to do that because what might happen is I might accidentally like print out a password or something like that, you know, because I might just accidentally just go to my Git credentials or whatever in there. You know what I mean? Like I might just accidentally do something dumb. So it's like Snake, but you don't have to die. Yeah. You know, dynamic typing is static typing using a single type. What if you go outside the site? Yeah, I just tried that, Jerry. It just kind of keeps going. So it works. I mean, it's not great, but it works. Okay, so we've got this S moving around. So let me just think about this. Let me clear. Oh. Okay, so now this should make it so we only have one S. No, it makes it so, I think I need to put this down here. Try that one again. So now we should only have one S, but I distinctly I don't think clear is what I want. I think I want something else. Clearing terminal screen, or clearing terminal screen. We'll say end curses. So far, this is going remarkably better. This is going remarkably better than last stream. So it's the add string, ABCD, window.erase. Let's go. Ah, come on, man. Cerebi.net. Yeah, okay, I look up on Pokemon stuff all the time. Don't judge me. What if you go outside the terminal? Single type, bunch of subcases. So it compiles down to a single type in C. Pokemon stream when? Okay, so I have, the only thing I've been doing with Pokemon is, I have been recently, okay, I have a card for my favorite Pokemon. It's Mischievous. I don't know why, it's just my favorite Pokemon. Don't judge me. Like, I feel the judgment, and I know, you know, there's a lot of judgment here, but yeah, so that's my favorite Pokemon, and I recently caught one, or rather, I'm in the process of catching one in Pokemon Coliseum, and then I'm going to get it every ribbon possible in the game. So that means every single ribbon would mean, like, you have to win all the contests, all everything, you know? Let's see. What's the difference from curses and end curses? I don't know. I'm so sorry. Plus, also, I dropped the card. I'll be right back. Okay, back. I hope the chat wasn't, you know, crazy while I was gone. Okay, so erase didn't work the way I thought it would. It just kind of erased everything, which, yeah, wasn't exactly what I thought would happen. Oh, I see. We need to erase up here. Quit. Try it again. That's what we need. So now we have the S moving around. Perfect. Nice. And then the other thing is we have to make it so we don't see the cursor anymore. Remove cursor and curses. I want to make it so you don't see remove blinking cursor from game, cursor set 0. That's what I'm looking for. And I think I can just put this in main. So we'll do cursor set 0. Cool. Okay, so the bg.erase or whatever that we're doing here might be a bit like, you know, maybe a bit not exactly what we want, but I like this idea of having objects that we render all the time. I think that's actually going to be very useful. And then we'll have like a background display that we render as well. Cool, so we are slowly but surely getting there, one step at a time. Okay, so now there is one thing that I did like about the text user interfaces interface, and that was that the border was drawn by default. Now, I feel like we should be able to draw our own border, which shouldn't be too hard. But I did like the fact that that border was drawn by default. So I think we have a couple ways to go. I'm not sure which one we want to do next, but I want to basically get a working text box by the end of the day. That's kind of what I'm going for. So I want to be able to have this little character that we have over here. I'm going to be able to move him up to a guy and press the space button or press some button. And then, you know, for the guy to say, hello, you know, how are you today? Or something like this, you know, that's what I'm going for today. I also want a border on screen. I just want a border on screen. So, you know, just deal with it. So I think we will go ahead. Oh, you know what? Let's think. Okay, let's actually do it this way. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new function that's just going to be to draw a border. And we give it a, like, small question, why aren't you skipping the first key press when you're immediately calling JLGetch as the first thing in the while loop? Aren't you skipping the first key press when you're immediately calling JLGetch as the first thing in the... Oh, maybe. Yeah, you're right. That's not a question. That's a good point. This is, we said key is equal to JLGetch. So I suppose what we actually want to do is JLGetch.value. Something like this is what we want. And then down here, we're going to say key is equal to JLGetch. Okay, let's see what that does. Q. Try it again. Oh, that's really slow. Holy cow, is that slow? Why is it so slow all of a sudden? Like, yeah, that's really slow. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what I did there, but that was definitely wrong. Would this game be much harder to develop in C? No, it'd actually be much easier to develop in C. Stream started just as I was making dinner, but now I'm finally here. Hey, how are you? Are you using any crazy Julia features? Not yet. I will be soon. Maybe, potentially, but not yet. No, I'm not using any real Julia features. So that didn't really work. Let's try this again. So if I did key is equal to JL... Oh, is it because I'm not process focusing? Well, let's see. So I'm actually going to leave a note here and just say that... Let's try that. Yes, this is way faster. I don't know why it's faster. But here, eventually, this is going to... So eventually... sort of FPS counter. This will work for now. Okay, so I was thinking about something, right? We're making a terminal game. What if, for speed running said terminal game, instead of focusing on the amount of time that you have at the end, you focus on the number of key presses? So it's like game golf instead of, you know what I'm saying? So it's like a different type of challenge, you know? Because you're calling JLGetch loop. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's see. No, because C have actual libraries for this. We're actually using the C library. So, like, if you look at the source code, we're literally calling the C library. That's all we're doing. Just for the record, you know. So let's do source. Yep, source, and then we go to submodules. Ncris is here. Ncris.jl? No, probably Ncris's functions would be the best place. I don't know how that happened. Ncris's... Okay, Ncris's? Come on. Ncris's functions. And we're literally just doing C calls, so here are all the Windows functions available. So, like, they're all in here. In the loop condition. Yep. There's a big thing in speedrunning at the moment, or was a year ago. I don't actually know what's big and what's not. So I'm going to create a new function up here. We're slowly going to, take this file and disperse it into different functions for now, or different files. We're just kind of, working one step at a time. So I think what I want is I want to create an object that is a border. So we're going to do function create border. Okay, and it's going to be again init x, init y, init. I'm just going to statically type it. Init y. I know everyone who writes Julia code is going to be really mad at me for statically typing this, but I don't really care. And then we're going to go with width, int, and then height. And I suppose height should come first. Okay, end here. So yeah, we're just going to draw that border and see what we can do. I think you can just do key is equal to JLGetch at the end of the loop instead. Could you? So what are we doing here? So key is equal to JLGetch, and we say while key.value is equal to Q. For a border on the window, you just want a box. Yeah, let me see. Statically typing, it just helps me think about it a bit better. I like statically typed things. Oh, is there already a box? Box is window virch horch. Okay. W border window virch horch horch. I don't know what that stands for. They figure out how to get all of the stars in Super Mario 64 while pressing the A button less than 20 times. Oh, that's super interesting. No, my issue is that this while loop is defined if while key.value, right? I don't have a type for key until I call JLGetch. So if I put it at the bottom of the while loop, I don't understand. And this is just me being dumb, right? Like I'm sure it's true. So if I just put this, okay, this is what I don't understand. So if I put this here, like just there, right? Then, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand. We still need this initial key. We need this up here, still. But you're saying we can move these two lines. I see. We can move these down here after the refresh. Yeah. And then this would make, yeah, I gotcha. I misunderstood. Okay. Yep, I totally misunderstood. Got it. Yep, okay, so I think we're all on the same page. Act 2, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, so we're on the same page there. So create border. So someone said we could just use a box, and they gave me a link to stuff that we could use, so let's take a look at that box. So the box is window and then virch and horch. I don't know what virch and horch stand for, but that's okay. So the border, W border, and box routines draw a box around the edges of a window. Other than the window, each argument is a character with attributes. So do we have a box available? So this says we have box, win, virch, horch. Okay. So let's go over here, quit, and then go over here, and I'm going to look for box. We have a box function. So methods of box. And it looks like we have pointer window and then virch and horch, where these are a union of characters and integers. Okay, so, but this can only border a window, it seems. Whereas I want to do an arbitrary border. Like, let me think. Because eventually what's going to happen. So, okay, let's just talk this out because I'm probably being dumb here. So let's, okay, so we're going to do journal, new page before. What I'm looking for is a big box. Right, so this is your terminal window. And then I want to draw a smaller text box down here, right? And if this is a separate window, we'll say, if this is a separate window, and we put a border on that window, then what happens when the text box goes back down, right? Because then, can we dynamically change the size of windows is my question, I suppose. Yeah, because if we can change the size of the window, that's fine. Because the windows don't have any idea of compositing, I suppose. So you can't say that this text box window will alpha over the background window, right? Whoa, let's see if I can type. I can just write. I apparently can't. So if we have a background window, then we can't just put the text box on top of it. I suppose this is why they came up with the widget solution in the text user interfaces. Okay. So what I might do is I might just create my own border and we can optimize it later. Like, we can definitely optimize it later. ASAP Freddy 3, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So who said box? So Ibran, if you have, like, if you're following the conversation, feel free to pipe in and tell me how I'm being dumb. I appreciate everyone telling me I'm feeling dumb. The example had overlapping windows, didn't it? It did. Let me see how they did it. You're right. It definitely did. So text user interfaces. But I wasn't able to overlap windows just a second ago. But maybe that's because I'm being dumb. So let's do examples, windows and widgets. So here we have window 1, window 2, window 3. So that's why they had this as an example. Because you could definitely, so with their version of a window, you can definitely overlap the windows. Okay, that's good to know. So, and the other thing that we just found out, was that there is a function, movePrintW, here, which allows us to write directly to a window, moveWPrintW. So I now have a somewhat naive question here, which is can we do MVW print W on the text user interfaces window, or is it only the ncurses window? So that's my question. So I'm going to actually comment this out for now, and we'll go from there. The simple game concept, I already spoke about the game concept a little bit ago, but the simple concept is that, you know, you are a Spectre going around trying to find a person that you are dedicated to protect. And the idea is, in order to find this person, you have to keep switching between real space and spectral space in order to solve various challenges, you know, like go into people's minds, solve their problems, do a bunch of stuff like this. So it's you know, I'm not going to, like, spoil anything. I've got a lot of plans for, like, you know, the story of the game and stuff, but we're literally at the inception of it. So there's a lot left to do, a lot left to be done. Let me rank quit here, get status, and let me actually add this. So let's do git add specterm.jl. And now I'm going to do git commit -m, and I'm going to say adding, it's not really a maze. It's like a story-driven game, right? So, like, at the start of the game, you're asked, like, to name a person who is special to you, right? So you name that person who's special to you, right? And then after that, you then go through, and throughout the game, you progressively give more and more detail about this person, right? And so throughout the game, you're going to slowly create this person that you work with. Do you, like you do in quantum mechanics? I mean, maybe not exactly like you do in quantum mechanics, probably slightly different. So adding ncurses version of moving character game. Okay, git push origin origin development. I don't really think I need to push it. I think it's fine. I think it's fine if I don't push it. Okay, so git log, and now let me just try git checkout of this guy. Here. Okay. There, we check that guy out. There. Vi specterm.jl. So here's what we have for main here. We have background window, background container, create window with container. Okay, this seems fine. So we destroy the TUI. There is some elegance to this. I will give them that. So we have create person, which is so person is a window in this case. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm just going to add a character with MVWPrintW to this person. So let's do MVW, and we're not going to give it a border or title or anything. We're actually going to move that there, do that, and we're going to do MVW print W, and then we're going to do person And then I think it's one, oh, let's do 0, 0, S. Okay. And so we're going to go over here and we're going to run that one more time. Does this work? Load error. No method matching move, print window, window, in64, in64 string. The closest candidates are moved, match pointer window, TITITS. Okay. So what this says to me is that the window that's created through the text user interfaces API or whatever is different than the window that we have with ncurses, which is not particularly what I wanted to see, but that's okay. It looks like you can stamp the characters on a text user interfaces widget with their chars property, e.g. my widget chars xy is equal to s. Okay, so then what we want to do with this case is we would want to create a window, and on the window immediately put on a canvas widget, and then on the canvas widget put on characters at an xy location. Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, so Algorithm Archive have any QM related algorithms? It does actually. So if you go to the algorithmarchive.org, we have specifically one method, which is what I focused on during my PhD, called the split operator method, that's used to basically solve, quantum wave functions. So here's the finding of the ground state of a quantum harmonic oscillator, and here is basically a quantum particle sloshing back and forth in some sort of potential. So that's what we have there. There should be a video as well that I made about it. Yep, down here. So it looks like you can stamp characters onto the text user interfaces widgets with their chars property, mywidget.chars. Okay. Hey, CSK Meek, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. So, okay, so then that means for the text user interfaces, let's just think about this again. I'm currently learning this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I appreciate that. Like, of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So for curses, okay, we're slowly but surely learning more of the ecosystem, right? So for curses, all we're going to do is just print and then clear. This is all we do with curses. We just print and we clear. For text user interfaces, what we need to do is we still need to print and clear. It's the same thing. But we also have to do we also have to do one more step, which is in the initialization of the window, we need to create a widget. Okay, right. This can be solved with separation variable and time independent Schrodinger equation. Kind of, right? So you're asking a question about the nonlinear Schrodinger equation here. So the way it works is that we basically split it up into position and momentum space. So it is kind of like a separation of variables type of thing, but it's not quite exactly. Solving this analytically just can't be done for the nonlinear Schrodinger equation, right? But for the standard Schrodinger equation, there might be ways to do it. I'm not really sure. I'm not very good with analytical stuff. Sorry. Okay. So in that case, then I just don't want to have to deal with widgets. That's my personal pet peeve. But it seems like they have defined every window to have its own widget, which is fine. It's just confusing. It's super confusing to me. So, like, looking at the two of these guys, like, for example, if we create a widget, I couldn't figure out how to move a widget inside of a container or move a widget inside of a window. That was what I couldn't figure out how to do. But if you're saying we can just update all the characters within the widget, then that should be fine. I'm still keen just to keep working on the ncurses interface. Like, yeah, there might be some inefficiencies here and there, but I think in the end we'll get something faster just by using the ncurses interface. And at some point we just kind of have to focus on, developer efficiency over, other things. But maybe that's an interesting question. Maybe we should consider. Okay, we write down something that works, and then we worry about iterating it later. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna get something that works. Oniru, how are you? I'm having a great day. Thanks. It's currently in a ponytail. Let's see. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. I'm only going through the beginning of the books. Yep, fair enough. the beginnings of the book, so you can definitely solve everything analytically. Get checkout, development. Okay, get stash, I guess. Okay, so we're just back to where we were just a second ago. Again, we're just going to get something that works, and then we're going to worry about making it efficient later. I have something that was already kind of working with curses, so I figure let's just keep working from there. So let's go into vi specterm.jl, and we're going to create this create border function. Is this the most efficient way to do it? No, there's like some sort of box API. I just don't know how to use that. So we're just going to do it this way. And again, people can correct it later. That's the way. The nice thing about open source development is someone will always find your code, create a pull request to make it better. And that's the advantage of doing open source software. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So the border is going to have some sort of content inside of it. And what I want to do, so the border is going to have some sort of content within it, right? And it's going to be multi-line content. So what I want to do is I want to modify this render object so that it actually iterates through all of the height values, and then we go from there. So the content should potentially be a vector of strings. Something like this, maybe. Developer efficiency, is this the Simuleos that chose to make terminal game in Julia because it was the only language that didn't have good libraries with this? Yeah, you're right. Okay, like I'm trying to. There's a bit of challenge here. I agree with that, but. Yeah, okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Taxi, sure. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. This language is Julia. Yep. It's not always Julia. Sometimes we do different languages. So how about we make this a union of string or vector string? Will that work? I don't know. So this means it could either be a string or it could be a vector of strings, but it has to be one or the other. I don't know if that's going to work. So let's see what happens. So I'm going to create a union of string and then vector of string. Misspelled vector. Let's try that again. Boom, it works. Okay, so that means if I say A is of type, and then I say it's of type union vector of string, here, and then I say equals this. Syntax type declarations of global variables not yet supported. Okay, so let's just mess around a bit then. So that means the previous content will work. I'm learning stuff on stream. Cool, I'm glad you're here. Mechanic Pope, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So render object, what are we going to do? I suppose what we're going to do is we're going to render the object, right? So we're going to say proper unions, love Julia already. It seems to work. We'll see. So I guess what we want to do is we want to work off the type here of content. So if content is of type string, then we just print W, right? But if it's of type vector of string, then we iterate through all of those vectors. Yes, that's what we need to do. Yep. Check out GitHub sponsor. Okay. Union types and multiple dispatch are the best. Yeah, we're slowly working on it. By the way, could you just use the linear Schrodinger equation for the harmonic oscillator? For the harmonic oscillator, yes. Yes, you could. Yep. That's what we were solving in the... we didn't do the nonlinear Schrodinger equation for the article on the split step method. We actually just did... the Schrodinger equation, just as an example. Okay, so now we know that content can be of type string or vector of string. How do we specify what type A is? So we say type of, and we're just going to do S. See what this does. It'll be string. Let's do type of this. And it's going to be array of string. But I want vector of string. So I think if I do this, still array of string 2. Okay, that's fine. It's array of string 1. That is a vector. So we're going to say if, I don't like this, but this is what I'm going to do. Type of obj.content equals string. Then we're going to just move print W. Is that 4? Screwed up. Else if type of obj.content equals, and it should just be vector of string, and I think this should work. And we're going to have to do a for loop, and we're going to have to iterate through each of these guys. So we're going to say for I equals, for I in, for line in obj.content. No, I want an iterable object, actually. Yeah, I definitely want an iterable object. So we're going to say for I equals 1 to height, and here, and we're going to say mv print w. Okay, we'll modify this in just a second. Mv print w, and we're going to say obj.x, and then obj.y plus h, I'm sorry, plus I, and then finally the obj.content of I, and this should be fine. That should be fine. So this should at least run what we currently have, and yeah, so this should still work. Syntax function names not unique. Stack trace 22. Did I screw up? Create border. Create. Okay, and if we move this around, okay, still works. Great. Apparently, create border already exists. So create border. I'll try to figure that one out. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat. Proper unions, check out union types and multiple dispatch are the best. Well, could you just use linear Schrodinger equation? I think I already answered that. Multiple dispatch also? Yep. So if the potential is time independent, you can solve the time independent linear Schrodinger equation, right? If the potential is time independent, you can just solve the time independent. Yes. Look at the output line where you type union string. Union string vector. Wait, what? Look at the output of the line where you type. Oh, did I screw up? Probably did. Oh, it's fine, right? A vector of string is also an array of string 1. It's the same. Oh, thank you so much. I got that mixed up. Thanks. I just wasn't thinking. Yep, let me flip the y and x's here. Okay. Yeah, really appreciate that. I was just not paying attention. So this should render the object. For some reason, it seems to believe that create border already exists, I think. Or maybe it's just because I didn't put anything in the function. So is this going to give me an error? Load error. Syntax function argument names not unique. Never mind. Argument names not unique. That's me being dumb. It's init y, init x. Okay, so now we can start creating this border. Not bad. We're slowly getting there. So in the end, we're going to want to create an object. And what we'll do is we will initialize it with... Oh, I need to think about this, don't I? I need to think about this. So give me just a second. Actually, guys, I gotta go get some water. I'll be right back. Just give me just a second. Sorry about that. So I will be back in like, oh, I don't know, like a minute or something like that. Do you use end like you would use closing brackets in C? Yeah, exactly like that. I'll be back in just a second, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, back. Sorry. 1 second. Okay. Okay, back. Sorry about that. I have no idea. I just pressed a Vim keybind. I. Okay, perfect. I did not know Control Alt. I shouldn't tell you my keybinds. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you my keybinds because that's proprietary information. That obviously it's no big deal. Like, also, where's my? Sorry. So yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. Right now, we're just creating a create border function, which will return an object that is an object of. It's going to create like return a border object is what it's going to return. And then I think what I want to do is like have a list of objects that we render. So we'll work on it in just a bit. Again, guys, any questions? Just let me know. Do my best to answer everything. It doesn't, of course, it doesn't have to be about terminal games. I put AMA in my stream whatever labels. So if you guys have any questions to ask, starving postdoc. I'm not starving. I'm actually fine. But just a postdoc at MIT. That's fine as well. Okay, so we are going to have to create this with I believe an open empty vector of elements. So let's go ahead and create the border elements. So we're going to call it a border vector. Border content is what we're going to call it. I don't know. It's going to be equal to, and let's just think about how we're going to do this. It's going to have to be 2 sets of for loops, I believe. Do you study programming languages? That's a good question. I don't really study programming languages, but I am very into Julia development. And the Algorithm Archive is actually a pretty interesting place where people put a whole bunch of different languages together for the same code. And so I don't study languages, but I have a fascination with them, And I think it's kind of cool. The Algorithm Archive is slowly turning into something that, like, it's actually really cool in my opinion. Let's see, what do we have here? Cool. So it's slowly turning into something that you could study languages with. So we're going to say border content is going to be equal to, I guess I'm just going to open it up as an empty. Okay, this is going to be some of the ugliest code you will ever see. There's going to be ways to optimize this, no doubt. But I'm just going to write what I think makes sense for now, and we'll worry about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say border content is going to be equal to, and I'm just going to open up this and say it's an empty line. No, I don't even need to do that. We're going to have several different lines. So if I just say border content, just don't judge me for this. I can feel the judgment already starting in the chat. Just don't quit it. You guys are judging me based on this crappy code that I haven't even written the code yet. You don't even know how crappy it is, okay? Like, oh man. So we're going to say 4. What's the point of this project? Wait, which project are we talking about? Are we talking about the Algorithm Archive project or this terminal game project? The terminal game project has 2 uses. One is just to make a really cool story-driven terminal game, just because I feel like making a story-driven terminal game. I think it's cool. I don't think there are enough of them, and I really like terminal games. But the other reason is I am kind of trying to see, pain points in the Julia ecosystem, to see things that could do better, and maybe find ways in which we could bring people into using Julia for things that they wouldn't normally use Julia for. And this is the perfect project because we'll have terminal stuff, but also we'll have sound design. We'll have things like this that people don't usually think of Julia for. And so right now we're just trying to get some sort of thing working in Julia, and then slowly but surely we'll add stuff to it, hopefully contributing back. FFT GEZGXJKNDD. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So we're going to say 4. I equals 1, 2 width. And 4 J equals 1, 2 height. Now, did I get the heights and widths mixed up? Might have. Let me think about it. So I want to create a giant string that is just going to be each. So it's going to be a string this way. How did I do this in Python? I did this before. What did I do in Python? So VI, crap. VI, probably RTFM, source, and there should be like a create where is it? Border or something? Dialogue, example, init.py. Let's try dialogue.py. Dialogue, text box, text. So let's see. I did textbox.add character. Clears text box, check. So let's see. Print code. Def dialogue. Print code. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Here's our dialog box. Add string, row num, row... Textbox.add string. I see what I'm doing here. I did it slightly differently there, where I didn't have a set of... Yeah, okay, fair enough. Doesn't end curses have functions to draw vertical and horizontal lines? It does. It does. The way I have defined an object has me define like a set of strings to put into. So if you're giving the border a y, x, height, and width, couldn't it just be called a rectangle? If you're giving the border y, x, height, and width, couldn't it just be called a rectangle and possibly reuse such later? That is a good question. So the border... So, okay, what you're saying is then we could also have a fill option in here. So we have another option here, which would be fill, right, equals true or something. So we have an optional argument back here, and we're like, hey, if we want to fill it, we can. And then it would just be a rectangle. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Let's see. Thanks for the name pronunciation. I swear I'm not a bot. It's okay. I didn't think you were a bot. It's cool. I don't think bots exist. There's no way AI is advanced enough that people can create bots to do things. I just don't think it's possible. If given the border y, x, height, yeah, I think you're right. So let's just call it create rectangle for now. And we'll say fill is equal to false by default. And then we'll think about that later. Okay, so border content. So going through the width first would mean that, yeah. Recently I read a bit about Clifford algebra for computer graphics. What do you think about using Clifford algebra for quantum mechanics? There's an interesting article about it. I actually haven't heard about this. This sounds really, like, actually very interesting. I'm quite keen to look at this. What do we have? Over here, paste there. Let's see what we have. Clifford algebra approach to quantum mechanics. A, the Schrodinger and Pauli particles. This is going to be a paper that I'm going to have to read thoroughly, I believe. So I don't have an answer for you now, but it is interesting. I'm going to put it behind. I'm going to make sure I don't delete it after stream. So I might take a look at it. What are their references? Interesting. Okay, anyway. Look at it after stream. I have a terminal game to make. So let's see. So border content is going to be equal to this. And I think I have these loops mixed up. I think we want to do J first. And then here we do width. Width. One day I'll be able to spell. That day's not today. ZenFR1980. Thank you so much for following. Okay. So here we'll just create... let's just create the top layer and we'll think about it. So for all these width elements, we're going to do... There has to be a way to do this in Julia that's like a lot nicer, you know? There's a fill command. So why don't I fill... So how do I create a string of all... of... There's definitely a fill command. So fill a string Julia. Strings has to be it. So we have fill. Okay, but we do have pad. So what if we do a pad? So let's go here to Julia. And let's just do lpad. What happens if I do lpad 10 0? What does that do? I think this is what I want to do. There. lpad any integer. Okay, so it has to be 10. So this will create, okay, a string, but I want to do this. Dang, I wanted to do like 10 O's in a row, like is what I wanted to do. So lpad is just going to pad with spaces, but I want to pad it with... Okay, so that's just a bunch of spaces. So I want to do an lpad with... Okay, an integer union to a string. So lpad March 10. But I want to do lpad with 0. So lpad... Yeah. Maybe I'll be able to understand this paper one day after I'm done with basic quantum mechanics. Yeah, I'm super happy that people are studying quantum mechanics and enjoying their... enjoying the process too. Like that's super exciting. Oh, okay. Well, that's totally intuitive. So lpad 10 and pad it with zeros. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is instead of going through a width, I'm going to say we are going to define 3 sets. So we're going to have exterior, we'll say outer left. Just going to do the following. Border content, we're going to do push, border content, and we're going to push onto it a string, and that string is going to be, we'll call it left, then lpad. Okay, got to think about this. Give me a second. So left concatenated with lpad of, and this is going to be empty string width -2, and then center, and then concatenated with right. Okay, and so what this will do is it will create a line that we have left, center, and right. So now we just have to define what left, center, and right are. So for now, I'm just going to say left is going to be equal to this, and we'll get the right things later. I'm just trying to check to see if this works. Center is equal to just an open space, and then right is going to be equal to this. Okay, so this is going to look really ugly, but it's just something to make sure this is working correctly. And then in here, we're going to say border. Border, okay, we're just going to return object of, and it should just be, I need to redo this a bit. So it should be y, and then x, and then it should be height, and then width, just to make sure this is right. What did I do with person? Y, x, yeah, I did it right. So here we're going to do init y, init x, height, width, border content, and here we're actually going to call it rectangle content. So let's modify that, and then I will catch up in chat just a second. And here we're going to do rectangle content, and again rectangle content here. Okay. Hey Wobat, how are you? The introduction to this paper is some ideas similar to what Wolfram is doing now. Oh, interesting. Isn't he trying to do all discrete, like recreating physics? I don't actually know what he's trying to do. I haven't really been paying attention. Should I be paying attention? Probably, definitely. Am I paying attention? No. G down here. So we created a person, and what I want to do is say border is equal to create rectangle. And what do I have here? So we'll just do 10, 10, 10, 10, meh. And then we're going to say, yep, that should be right. So create rectangle, and then we're going to render object rectangle, a border. And let's just go ahead and yank and paste that down here as well, just to make sure we have it. So render object border. Okay, so let's write this, and let's see what happens. The code's probably going to break. That's okay. Broken code is just normal code. It's just code to me. Load error, create rectangle was not defined. I misspelled rectangle. Did I misspell it anywhere else? Did not. Can it convert object of type array any1 to union of string 1 string? Closest candidates are... Okay, let me catch up on chat here. I don't think we should pay close attention for now. If you rise at something huge, then maybe. This theory is like pre-alpha now. Yeah, that's how I'm reading it as well. I mean, I'm glad he's looking into it. I genuinely am. But I don't know if, you know, I don't know if it's going to go anywhere. So can it convert object of type array any1 to object of type union array string string? Closest candidates are convert type T matched T, where T is array of string 1. Okay, so this says to me that we actually just need to make this an open vector. Loader, no method matching push array 1 where its string closing candidates are push any matched. Okay, so let me see how this works. So let's just create a vector. So we're going to say A is going to be equal to vector of, we'll say S. Okay, so I must just be not understanding. No method matching array T1 string string. Let's try this. Maybe? Okay, that seemed to work. Now let's push onto A, and we're going to push a... That's my issue. No, that's not my issue. Push onto a new string, which is S, and that will work. Okay, so then in that case, what's the issue that we're having? It says closest can, so it doesn't like the push. So it doesn't like push of rectangle content where no method matching push of array T1 where T and then string. Okay, so let's just try to recreate this. So we're going to create this, let's do vector. Can it convert object of type? Ah, dang it. Yetin, I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Yet, Enexai Ziali. Thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I think he claims that it can already describe some real physics, but I don't know the details either. It's pretty heavy math. With broken code, you at least have certainty that something is wrong, right? Whereas non-broken code means that something is probably wrong, but you don't know what that thing is. So, because the real physics is pretty heavy math itself, cellular automata define space arbitrarily as an array of squares, and he uses graphs instead so that the space and time emerge from them. It means untalented developer. I'll call you Yetin if that's okay, unless you want to go by something else. Okay, so that didn't seem to work, so let's just say A is going to be equal to an empty array. And now let's see what happens if we say push onto A, and then we push onto A some value, which is going to be S, we'll say. Okay, that seems to work okay. Which says to me that something else is going wrong here. And that's because this is an array of type any, not an array of type string. So now what happens if I try to cast that onto? So if we convert, I think this will be the error that we had before. A onto an array of string 1. I think this is going to fail. First argument in convert must be... I got these mixed up. A. Wait, string? Array string A. Oh, that worked. Well, then what's my issue? Crap. Where's the error, dog? So load error. Cannot convert object of type array any1 to object type of union string. Okay, so that might be the issue. The issue might just be the union. If the content was of type any, then it would be fine. So maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just use it of type any, and we don't strongly type that, which should be fine. My impression is that the specialist recognizes most of his stuff as older where he reinvented. Yeah, I don't really know much about this at all. I like people keep talking about it, and I wish I could provide more insight. I mean, I have a PhD technically in physics, but even so, like I just don't know enough about it to be able to say one thing or another. You know, it is what it is. Ah, dang. So maybe that's not how the union type work. I thought that's how it worked. So let's just modify content of type union string vector string. So then, fine. I thought this would mean that we could do. Okay, so what happens if we define? So we create rectangle. So why can't I do that? Let me just try include, and we're going to include spec term. Oh, where are we? It's probably include source, and then spec term.jl, and this should give us all the functions. Cannot convert object of type array any to object type. Oh, is that breaking on the text user interface is already initialized? Control D. Dang it. Reset. Open it up again. Double dash project. We shouldn't be. Oh, it's because at the end of this we're running main. Let's not run main, and let's try it again. So we're going to include this. So we should have the set of all functions. What? What? 1 second. Why are you running anything? You shouldn't be running anything. Oh. That was a Vim error. I'm sorry about that. Try vector string. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we try that. Thanks. Should be up here. And we'll say vector. Where are we? Create rectangle. And here it's going to be vector. Vector of string. Okay. Let's actually just, let's reset. Reset. And let's go over here and run Julia double dash project, include spec term. Okay, now let's try running main over here. This is dumb. That's what I'm going to do. Main here. Non-Boolean data type used in Boolean context. Okay. 70 goes to 15. Else if type of object is equal to vector string. Non-Boolean. Okay, so good. We moved further then. So this seemed to work. The issue is that the type of object.content did not return vector of string. So non-Boolean data type used in Boolean context. So let's type parentheses before the. You're right. I'm so sorry. I don't even know how that actually compiled, honestly. Let's do that, and let's make sure that's it. Yep, thanks. Control D. Sure. Main. Main not defined. Let's just Control D. Freaking reset. Over here, G, remove main. Over here, bam, go. Let's go. Missing comma syntax argument list. Okay, so this is on 18. Where are we? 18. What's the issue here? Type of. I did it again. That's what I want. I'll catch up on chat in just a second. Sorry about that. Load error. Height not defined. 16. 1 to height. That's because it should be object.height. Try it again. Okay. We got something. So this was supposed to be our box, but that didn't work. And I think I know the reason why it didn't work as well. So let's see, create rectangle. We do lpad, we push it. And then when we're doing this, we do object.y, then object.x plus I. And I think actually what we want to do is object.y plus I. This is cool. We're getting somewhere. We're definitely getting somewhere. Run it one more time. Yeah, look at our box. Boom. It's dumb. It's the dumbest border I've ever seen in my life, but that's okay. We'll get there. Cool. So we are slowly getting there. So now we just basically have to use the ncurse's like border elements. They've got like all these different border elements that we can do. So we're getting there, one step at a time. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to put a if not equal to fill around this, just because in principle we might add a backend later that will fill the how about we change this to fill type? Okay, so we'll say fill type is equal to, and we'll just call it, I guess, a string which is equal to border. I suppose we should. That's a bit ugly, but that's fine. That's what we'll do. We'll say fill type is by default equal to border, and in here we'll just say if. This should be easy. If fill type equals border, just because that's default, and then we're going to define left, right, and center. And I suppose what we actually want to do is, okay, we'll get there one step at a time. Let's just, okay, it's going to take some time to think about this. So what we probably want is for left, right, and center. Again, these are the left, right, and center fills for the box. And what I want to do is I want to say left is going to be an array. Will you say left is going to be equal to this? I don't like this, but whatever. I'm just defining them beforehand. And then in here we're going to do, so left is going to be equal to a set of 3 values. And, you know, again, just to make sure that we have something down. Oh, no, we can look at ncurses. Ncurses W line. They have specific lines for these. That they can draw, but I need to look at all the different wmove, mwget. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Curses tutorial. Let's see, mvprintw. They have like a bunch of characters that we can use. Ncurses special characters. Let's see what we have. So ncurses extended characters, quick reference chart. This is probably what I want. And right, this looks like it's probably what I want. Okay, so it looks like we have upper left corner, which is going to be ACS UL corner. So let me go to my Julia shell over here. Let's run Julia again. And I'm just going to do using text user interfaces, and then using text user interfaces.ncurses. And I'm going to find these guys. So text user interfaces.ncurses. And let's see, I'm going to guess it's going to be UL. No. Oh, no. L? UL? ACS? ACS? UL? Ow! L? No, I can't find it. So that means, where would there, maybe V line, H line? Let's try V line. Capital V? Okay, ncurses dot V line. Come on. Where do these exist? Okay, so we have ncurses attribute. Color, ncurses a blink, a underline, a alt char set. V-line is there, but it's not capitalized. That's fair. Here's V-line. So then there's probably also an H-line, right? Somewhere. But now my question is, what about the upper left corner? Like, where does that come from? Let me get some water. A underline, maybe it's A attributes. A underscore alt char set. Okay, maybe this is what we're looking for here. U L capital U L. Dang. I need like a tree. By the way, recently someone released Pet C game for C64. Most of it should be possible with code page 437 as well, except for the triangle characters. Let me see what this is. This looks pretty interesting. Big fan. Oh, this is super good. Look at that. Wow. Wow, that's way better. Look, I mean, look at this. Look at the, that's super good. That's really good. Stuck Stick, how are you? 0.0, is that a terminal game? I mean, I think this is a terminal game that I'm looking at, but that's really good. Holy cow. Man, ours is not going to look that good. Not going to look that good at all. But that's okay. You know, one step at a time. Okay. So, let's see. I need to find the UL character is what I'm looking for, like upper left and all that kind of stuff. So, ncurses dot a underline vertical a dimension character text. Okay, what do we have here? It looks like it's all the same stuff, honestly. Yeah, this isn't going to help me at all. Petsy has some more characters, but still only 256 characters. Maybe use a custom font. Yeah, you could, yeah, there's stuff that we could do. I guess I'm just going to look for ncurses here again. What's that language? The language I'm using right now is Julia. Does ncurses... I would be surprised if it didn't, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Let's see. Character type. Let's see. Alt character set. I would have thought it'd be under alt character set. That's what I would have thought. Ncurses. Maybe if I do ncurses dot capital ncurses dot. No, that's not going to do it either. You could just copy the character from the interwebs or something. Well, no, I don't think that's going to work exactly. Okay, so maybe what I do is I know what I'll do. I'm going to just go to the CD projects, text user interfaces, grep-rl, ul. What do we have here? Search windows, submodules, colors.jl, form ncurses types, maybe? VI source, I'll make this bigger so you guys can see it. Okay, so I'm going to cd into VI into source and then ncurses. Wait, where is it? Source submodules, ncurses, and then ncurses types. And now let's look for underscore ul. ul corner, int l. What? ACS map dictionary. How? How was I supposed to know this? How do I access that? Okay, so it's ncurses map with ACS map dictionary. Let's see. Well, of course, the challenge would be only to use standard ASCII character set. Then it would work on something like VT100 terminal as well. Yeah, so, yeah. The part after the arrow has the value. The part before is the key. Yeah. So, right, my question is... So my question is, how do I... Right, UL corner. So what you're saying is if I do... How do I... So this is no longer of type string. I don't think. No, so that symbol doesn't exist. What kind of game is this one going to be? This is like an adventure game, essentially. So it's like you're a spirit. You're kind of going back and forth between the spirit world and the real world in order to solve a bunch of puzzles, I guess. Okay, so what do we have here? We're going to do... Yeah, so if I do UL, well, let's just do, I don't know, block. Give me 48, but that doesn't help me. It doesn't help me at all. So how do I get access to this character? Maybe they did this somewhere else in their examples? Maybe? Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? What examples do they have? They have plots.jl. Is that going to help in any way? Ncurse's color is yellow, red, fine. Create widget, a new OPC. Max size. No, that doesn't help at all. This is super unhelpful. JL character type. UA union of integer character. Ncurse's size T is C short. Okay, this doesn't help me. I found the characters we need. I just don't know how to get access to them. So text is going to be plot, create plot, new OPC, create widget. You would expect them to have some... Okay, no, you wouldn't expect them to have this. It's a work in progress, right? Like, I know I kind of say somewhat mean things about this, but obviously it is a work in project, right? Work in progress. So, like, clearly, you know, like, they're getting there. It's just, it's not fully there yet. And part of the point of doing this project is to get better, you know, to help make this better overall. So right now, I cannot figure out how to get access to these values. So let me see. Let's see. Blank by Simulacra and Rudifant. Thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. So let's see. Python. Let's say Ncurse's special characters. I'm not using Python. Oh, why am I looking at Python right now? It's just because I feel like it. I'm actually using Julia for the main programming language. So Curses programming, and let's just look for UL underscore. No, okay. So let's look for VLine. No, okay, didn't help. So let's go back. Terminal handling for character cells. So let's see. Functions, beep, this is what I'm looking for. VLine, Ncurses, Python. Are you printing? That might work, but that's not what I want to do. Just because it won't render on all screens, so I feel like I don't want to do that. I'd really rather not use Unicode unless I have to. ACS VLine. But maybe that is actually what I need to do. Actually, maybe that is what I need to do. So let's see. It's under ACS VLine. So let's see if we can find that. If I can't find it, I'm just gonna do it that way. Nope, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Ncurses .aacs. Ncurses. Sorry. .aacs. What do you have here? ACS underscore dot. What is this? What's the point in that? There's nothing in ACS underscore. Is it a generic function? Interesting. Yeah, Curses has its own thing for drawing lines, but honestly, it's the same probably as the Unicode characters. And why not? Julia supports Unicode, so we might as well. You know, like why not? Why not? We might as well. I just need to find all those characters. FJM lol, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Actually, I'm actually, now that you mention it, let's just do it. Let's put the Unicode in there, and I'm not going to worry about it anymore. I'm tired of worrying about it. So let's just do it. So for the left, we're going to have 3 different elements. So we're going to have the upper left. Now, Moomin Jamala, where did you find these, and where can I find them? Oh, probably I can just look up. So I'm just going to do this and see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? So let's look up Ncurses. I can probably just like, I typed upper left corner character into Google. ACS characters. And I can probably just extended characters quick reference. Okay, I can probably, nope, that's an image. Okay. The water bubble, thanks for following, really appreciate it. Let's see. The original book was fun to read. very many nice math pictures in it. That's an 18-year-old. I think they improved since quite a bit since then. Here's a review that contains the example of common criticisms of Wolfram's new kind of science. Right. Okay. Let's just try using the Unicodes, which contains stuff like, for instance, he says, the discoveries in this book suggest a new and quite different mechanism that I believe is in fact responsible for the most of the examples of great complexity that we will see in biology. Well, actually, the new and quite different biological mechanisms he discovers in the book is basically self-organized epigenesis. There we go. Underemphasized by the mainstream evolutionary biology community, but hardly new. What do we have? Guile and curses, adding characters. Let's see what we have. I mean, surely someone has a list of all these characters. This must be it. ACS, we have a horizontal line, and we have a vertical line. So because we're looking on the left, we're going to want the vertical line here, which we probably was just a V line. Probably I know this one. So there, and now the last one we need is upper right corner. No, bottom left corner. So where is upper left? Dang, that wasn't it either. Okay, let's take a look. Nope, here. And curses, horizontal line. I just want a set. So let's just do bottom left. ASCII code box, this is what we're doing. We're literally just grabbing this. Why is this so complicated? Does this copy it into my text box or something? So where's bottom left? Bottom left here. That's what I want. Great. So because we're doing lefts, we're just going to do that. Perfect. Awesome. So that's our set of left. Now we have to do right, and we have to do center. So center is going to be easy because the center one's just a space. And these are going to be vertical lines. So we're just going to do X, and then P, and P, and we're just going to delete this guy and that guy, and now we need right. Okay, we're getting there, one step at a time. Page should have an upper left character. Yeah, I'm just bad at finding it. So right, so we're going to need this one. So that's going to be bottom right, and it's going to go here. And then we're going to need top right, which is going to go this one. Perfect. We got it. And then watch this not work. I'm really sad when this doesn't work. Okay. So in here, what are we going to do? So we're going to say for j is equal to 1 to height. So we're going to say, I don't know what I'm going to call it. I'm just going to say character index. It's going to be equal to 0, 1, 1. And then we're going to say if, this is really dumb, but this is what I'm doing. J is equal to 1. How about if j is greater than 1? Then we're going to say character index equals 2. Equals 2. And then there's going to be an else if in here. And the else if is if j is equal to, I don't know how to grab the last element of a Julia array. So let's just say a is equal to 1s of 10 or something. And then we're going to say if j is equal to, so what's that last one? The last one is 10, a of 10. Yep. So it should be, if j is equal to height, then we're going to say character index equals 3. I'll catch up on chat in just a second. Sorry about that, guys. So here we're just going to do LPAD with center right. I think I actually want to define it like this. So we're going to say, oh, no, actually, this should be easy. So it's going to be left of character index I'm just going to call it CI. Screw it. And I'm going to comment. Now, CI could be confused with Cartesian index. I understand that, but this is just what I'm going to call it. In some sense, it is a Cartesian index, so I'm not too worried about it. Index for characters for character types in set of left, right, and center. Okay, let's watch this fail. Who's ready? Here's where the whole chat goes, I'm ready. They're not, though. Yeah. Non-Boolean in64 used in Boolean context. I'll check that in just a second. So what do we have here? Maybe not giving credit for prior work is a pretty stable character flaw. Let's see. He addressed it in some of his live streams. That page did have upper left character. Let's see. Right. There was some drama around the proof that Rule 110 is Turing complete as well without citing the original rule. I don't know what that is. Don't think you'll ever go into the else if case. You're totally right. I'm an idiot. J's and J is less than height. Screw it. If J is equal to 2. And I need an extra equal sign there. Try it again. But what language is this? It's Julia. The language is called Julia. CI not defined. That's because for some reason I put an underscore in all these, and then let's just one step at a time. Yeah. Crap. Okay. Right, so that didn't work. For various reasons, but it didn't work. This was supposed to be a box. We did not get a box. So let me catch up on chat and we'll think about what to do. So using ASCII characters or using Unicode here does not work. We need to use the ACS stuff, which is fine. We just have to find it. I guess that answers the question. Yep, totally does. Not giving credit on that scale is something you solve by making a new addition and apologizing in the forward. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know much about this type of stuff, but I think you're right. I think in principle what we're doing is fine. I just think in practice it's not quite there yet because we haven't. So all we need to do is figure out how to use those ACS values, right? So we just need like upper left corner, all this kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna clear a lot of these. Just gonna clear all of them. They're just going. All of them are going. And let's go. And let's try to figure this out. We are gonna go into text user interfaces. Here. And let's see. So they must have the ability to draw a border. Although I feel like, so let's see. So we're gonna go into source, Windows, container, focus, manage, MISC, object API, refresh, update, root window maybe? Container.jl, create, destroy, focus, manage, MISC, window, if Win has border, current X, current Y, get Windows dimensions, window move, window.view, get Windows dimensions. Nope. Okay. I want to see if they have like a drawing of the border, but I don't see any border. Dang. Can you right click a tab to select close all others? I don't know if you can. Also, he's willing to open source things. Oh, you're talking about Wolfram. Yeah. I mean, Wolfram, he's got pluses and minuses. Most people I know who have spoken about him and know him a bit usually will say that he's a bit arrogant, but I don't know how much of that is true because I don't know him myself. So I can't validate any of that. It's just I really shouldn't have even said that. Like, it's just rumors on the rumor mill, or, you know, on the grapevine, whatever. I don't know what the phrase is there, but it's not particularly, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the guy. I should stop talking. No more gossip. We are gossip less stream. No more gossiping. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We need to, okay, I'm just gonna go back to our Julia shell and let's just poke around a bit. Text user interfaces, I know they have a VLine. Okay, and curses dot VLine. So they definitely have a VLine. It's a generic function with one method. Okay. What does this do? What does VLine do? So its type character is a union car. Oh, okay. So this basically says we're going to draw a vertical line for X, for like X values. Is ncurses the API documentation actually as non-existent as it seems? I can't find anything besides the man pages. Yeah, that's basically what I was finding as well. There's probably stuff out there, but I found like man pages and examples. How can't you be arrogant in the world full of non-ambitious people? I expect people that are leading their field to be a bit arrogant. Okay, so that is a good point. I totally admit that is a good point. If you are leading the field, if you are number one in the field, and you know that everyone else is leagues behind you, right? There's some level at which you could consider yourself to be arrogant, right? Because every time you talk to other people, these people fundamentally don't understand the challenges that you are facing as a leading member of that field. I will, however, say that I know a lot of people in this position. I feel like I do. I know a lot of researchers who are literally world-leading experts in their field. And none of them that I've ever met would I would consider to be arrogant. Sometimes they'll say things that are hard to follow, and this can be perceived as arrogant. But outside of that perception, I genuinely don't feel that they themselves are arrogant, you know? And so a lot of times I think academics get a bit of a bad rap, because a lot of people feel like they're being very arrogant, when in fact they're, you know, to some extent tired of having to re-explain themselves over and over again. But also, I do strongly feel that, you know, none of them have, like, every one of them will usually give me the time of day, you know? It's not like any of them will shun me and be like, oh, I don't want to talk to you. It's like, no, they will talk to me, and as long as I can at least adequately keep up, it's fine, you know? So I don't know, I guess on this thing of arrogance, I feel like a lot of the smartest people I know actually are not as arrogant as they seem. It's just usually they're just socially awkward and incapable of really, like, explaining, you know, what it is that, you know, why they are the way that they are. So, okay, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm like rambling again. I need to stop rambling and stop gossiping and all this kind of stuff. Let me queue here, reset. Okay, so let's see if we can figure this out. So we're going to go VI back into RTFM, which is a previous thing that I wrote, source. And let me just see what we have here. So we have init.py, dialog.py, input test.py. I just want to draw a box. That's all I want to do. I just want to draw a box. So let's go into dialog.py. I think this is where I was before. We define the dialog box, and this return just does textbox.refresh. So that's not going to be it. So let's try init.py, and we should have an init text box. Great. So we're going to say tbh, tbw, tbx. Fine. Text box is going to be curses.newWindow, and we do textbox.border. Crap. Last time I just did textbox.border. I was sure I did something else, but no, I just did textbox.border. So how do we use, okay, using ACCS and curses Python. Oh, well. Curses, ACS code, Emacs. Okay, so ACS VLine, parameter, so as a ACS VLine default value, so it looks like TLBR. So how is this used? So window border, to draw a border around the edges of a window, each parameter specifies the character to use for a specific part of the border. See the table below for details. Okay, so what if we have... Okay, so let's go back to our Julia shell. Maybe they define something similar. So text user interfaces. Text user interfaces.end curses. And what do we want to call these? So let's call it TL. No. Top panel. What does top panel do? Generic function? No. A total new with terminal applications. Can you update the screen? Some more advanced terminal apps appear to do it, or do you need to basically redraw everything? Yeah. So to update the screen, you delete everything and redraw it. Partial screen update. Yeah, you can do that as well. There's some advantage to doing partial screen updating and stuff for various purposes. Right now though, I'm at the very start. I'm just trying to get something done. Just draw a box. Now we can draw a box without the... Okay, so I guess what I actually want to do is I want to make this content not of string exactly. I actually think I want this to be of type any. And this to be a vector of any. And the reason I want to do it that way is because I guess for a game it'd be simpler to redraw everything on every frame. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going for. So this should still work exactly as it worked before. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. So let's just run it just to be sure. Yep, so again, we have this box down here. Why is S bringing me... How did that... What am I doing? G down here. Something's going wrong. So person.x is minus equal 1. So for W, I messed these up again. I don't know how, but somehow I messed these up again. Okay, regardless, we have this person walking around. And it's supposed to be that there's a box down here, but the box is not working as intended. And that's what we need to fix. Also, because the box is on top of the person, he just kind of goes under the box, which is cool. We could probably do some like interesting things about that. The Illuminati? What's going on here? How are you? Okay. So let's think. Oops. What are you saying oops for? How are we going to do this? So we need to... Bah, it's not going to work anyway. So... So now that it's of type any, it should be... Okay. And we're just going to keep going. We got to figure out how we find these UCS characters. So let's go back. ACS characters, sorry. How do I extend characters in Python's curses library? Curses init.py. We can use a different locale, but that doesn't really help. We have add character. So maybe w add string or w, what is it? MV string w or whatever it is. Add MV print w is what it is. ACH H line. That's what I want. How do we draw an ACH H line? So it looks like it's curses. An ACSLL corner. So let's see. Replace border pipe characters. Okay. So, come on. I mean, maybe we just do something dumb for now, and then we've come back to this. Like maybe for now we just come back to it. So we'll just use different characters for now, and we'll just come back to figuring out how to use ACS values in a bit. Because at this point we spent a long time on it, and I'm not really sure the best way to do it. So we're just gonna do it a different way for now. And then in that case, this is always gonna be a vertical line. This is always gonna be a vertical. No, actually, I want this to be a underscore. And then this is also going to be an underscore. No, that's right. And this is going to be a underscore. Actually, maybe this should be a line. And then the underscore will be down here. So for center, it's going to be... So it's going to be top, middle, bottom. So now right is going to be... I got to think about this. Why am I so bad at this? So what I was going to do was I was going to make it so we use... Oh, so the left character... I see, I'm just being dumb. So the left character is going to be an underscore for the top, this and that for the bottom. The right character is going to be, again, an underscore, and then this and then here. And then the center is going to be, for the top, it's going to be all underscores and then blank spaces, and this is going to be all underscores again. Write this, go over here, and if we run that, we should have an appropriate box. It's not going to look pretty, but it's a box, you know? And I don't care that much. Let's actually make it so the top elements here are also going to be lines and see what that looks like. Sure, let's go. So let's quit here. Julia double dash project. That looks pretty bad, doesn't it? That looks relatively bad. Maybe what I do is I actually make these guys spaces. And let's just quit here. And then we'll get back to it. Like, I promise we'll figure this out. But yeah, right now I'm kind of at a it's not pretty but it works type of situation. We'll come back to this. By the way, I don't know if I said thanks for following FDA0. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we got to figure out how to make these use like the UCS H line and stuff like that. So I'm gonna actually ask in the terminal user interfaces. I'm just gonna ask, hey, how do we use characters like ACSV line and stuff like this? So let's see. Text user interfaces is what it is. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna open up a new issue. At this rate, I've created half the issues on this thing. So we'll say how to use ACSV line and similar end curses. We'll say characters? Question mark? Okay. So what I'm going to say is, let's see, end curses, character set, and let's see, right. So we have this set here, and it looks like add character, print W, the program that generates, do we have to do it this way? So let's see, print W, upper left corner, add character, yeah, no, I don't think that's gonna work. End curses has a set of characters to use. Yeah, let's just say set of characters to use, like these, and I'm just gonna like put a link here. There, and we're just gonna go extended here. Control Z. I could not quite figure out how to access these characters. Let's see. I know we can create a border for a window for using, let's say, UL corner. Is that what it is? UL corner. ACS UL corner. 1 second. Let's see. No Time for Love and Shock and 12. Thanks so much for following. And related. We'll say UL corner. Here. Let's see. And related Unicode. But that is the only way I can find currently to access these characters. I tried adding a bunch of Unicode to a string to print. Let's see, a bunch of Unicode for these characters. So I tried adding a bunch of Unicode for these characters to a string to print on a window, and the rendering was messed up. So I guess two questions. One, does the functionality to use these characters, this these characters exist? If so, how do we do it? 2, would it be possible to overload the MV print? What is it? It's MV print W. What is it? It is MV print W. We'll say not overload. Maybe that's not the right. To extend. Functions to see when users are using these as Unicode strings and print them accordingly. Okay, so let me reread that, make sure it makes sense. And let me catch up on chat. When I ask an IRC first, do they have an IRC? Probably someone knows. You want to change character set, so you still use basic ASCII encoding, but to encode different looking glyphs. Yeah, so I looked at that dictionary, right? But I couldn't figure out how to access anything in that dictionary, right? Because the dictionary here, I think I know exactly what dictionary you're looking at. So the dictionary here, right, so it says dict symbol int, right? So then the idea is, you know, we'll have some symbol for upper left corner, but I don't know how to access that. Is it just, wait, maybe I'm being dumb here. Wait, actually, I might be really dumb. So let me try doing, opening up Julia, and let's just try doing text user interfaces dot ncurses dot colon u. No, that's not gonna work. I thought maybe I could pull the symbol. UL. You know? Oh, wait, you have something? Let's take a look. I tried looking and I couldn't find it, but you know, maybe I'm just dumb, right? Like that's fine. Like that's why I'm doing it live, because I know I'm dumb. So ACS, okay, so what you want to do is ACS underscore, and then we're gonna do UL corner. Okay, wait. So this takes in one of these dictionary values, right? I assume it takes the dictionary values. So then this must be L. No. Method, let's do question. ACS underscore. ACS takes a symbol. So how do we define the symbol sim? So the symbols are defined. Where are the symbols defined? I think we're getting somewhere. Actually, thanks. Might be related to the code page as well. Those lines, those line characters are only available on code page 437. If you use e.g. ISO 88591, it wouldn't be available. Should have just used Turnbox, to be honest. I feel like Turnbox can't be that much better. Honestly, like I feel like we're gonna run into the same issues. Oh, I didn't realize that Turnbox was more than just the. I didn't realize that Turnbox was more than just. I thought it was just a Julia package. I didn't realize that it had more than that. You know, I'd never heard of Turnbox before. We could look into it, but again, we'd have to update the Turnbox Julia package. I still think we made the right decision. I still think we made the right decision. I'm not going back on that. Okay, so let's see. So now we know we have this ACS underscore function. Yeah, because honestly, if we did Turnbox, we'd still be stuck with the same problem. We're not fighting with ncurses here. We're not fighting with ncurses at all. We're fighting with text user interfaces, and it's interface to ncurses, which is not documented, right? So that's what we're fighting with, which is fine. Like that's what happens when code is maturing, right? Like as it's maturing, you get better and better, and the code gets better and better, and slowly but surely, you know, you get to the point where you know, everything works as expected. But we're not there yet. Modern solution might be to use Unicode. I tried that. That didn't work. I definitely added the Unicode characters into my terminal and tried printing that, and that did not work. So that was part of the issue, right? So I literally just added these characters and they just didn't draw. So we know for a fact that this doesn't work. Should it work? Yeah. Does it work? No. So let's see. I want to go back here. And so we know we have ACS. We know it takes a symbol. Now I just want to know what the list of symbols are that it will take. So this doesn't help me any. Where do we find that list of symbols? So we're going to do ACS underscore. Okay. Text user interface. UL corner, L tree, R arrow, D arrow, U arrow, lantern. So if I just do pi, what's going to happen? Yep. Null library handle. Ah. This will only work if I've initialized the TUI before. Cool. Okay. So then that means what I want to do. Now, does this return a string is the question. Okay, I got it. So this error only occurs if we haven't already initialized the TUI. Looks like the problem of your terminal works for me. I can just paste the characters in my terminal. Do you have... No. I can paste the Unicode in here. That's totally fine. Like, that wasn't the issue. But for example, let me change this to an upper left-hand corner. Okay? So we're going to put it in the upper left-hand corner. Oh, unless... Okay, you might be right. Let me try this again. So I'm going to put this in the upper left-hand corner here. So we have the upper left-hand corner Unicode in there. So we're going to write this. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to run that, Julia _ project. And the issue is now the upper left corner is being displayed here, right? So it's being displayed by curses incorrectly, right? Because it's expecting the ACS, right? So it's not an issue with the terminal. It's an issue with ncurses rendering that. But if it is an issue with the terminal, let me open up a new terminal and let me try it over here just to make sure. Because maybe this for some reason I opened up a non-Unicode terminal there. Could have happened. So cd into project spec term, and now let's try running this in here. Okay, so you're right. I was wrong. This terminal here was xterm, not uxterm. I have a very fine difference between them. So, okay, that's good. We learned something new. So let's try to get this working. I just almost created an issue for something that was completely unnecessary, but that's okay. You know, you learn one step at a time. Luckily, I don't have like an audience watching me, so I'm not embarrassed because it's not like people saw me do that live or something like that. Whew, that would have been really embarrassing. Why do I do this? Okay, well, my bad. I just had xterm, not uxterm. So that was a waste of time. Probably an hour of time wasted there. That's okay. Thank you for explaining why I'm an idiot. And we'll just go. Okay, so the left. Let's see. So the center for the top is going to be here, and for here, it's going to be there. So it's top, middle. So this is also going to have to be this line, I believe. Yep. And then, yep, that's the line I want as well. And then we need lower left. Lower left. Lower left. Crap. Where is it? Why are there so many characters? Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll just go ahead and delete this new issue that I was creating. No one saw that. Maybe we can just delete it entirely. So light, left, and down. I mean, this isn't what I'm looking for, but... Or is it what I'm looking for? Left and down. So that's going to have to be this one here. Yep, that's the one I'm looking for. No, this one here. I really should have, this is an awful scheme. Whoever came up with this scheme is an idiot. Like, I'm just saying. Like, this is by far the dumbest scheme I've ever seen to determine, how to draw a box. Like, literally, we're just drawing a box. Why is this so overcomplicated? Like, does this guy just over-engineer everything? Man. Okay, so we have down to the right, this one. So now we need this one, which would be lower right. Great. And then the lower left is down there. Perfect. And then... here. Great. Man, I'm so happy I don't have to deal with this code anymore. So for the left, it's going to be top, middle, bottom. For the right, top, middle, bottom. And then over here, that should work. So let's write this, go over here, run Julia -- project, error. Right, okay, that's because I need to cd into projects, spectrum, try it again. Okay, well, let's try this one again, because maybe I think I'm just being dumb again. So let's make this large. I might just open up the wrong terminal again. Okay, so for those of you guys who are wondering why I keep opening up the wrong terminal, it's because of one thing in particular. So there's this thing, it's called Sixel. I really like Sixel, it's amazing. Unfortunately, my computer died, so I don't really have good explanations for this. But CD into pictures, and if I run L6 here, it allows for me to show like high resolution images in my terminal, right? So if I do, I don't know, image to Sixel, and then I grab that image, you know, Dunning-Kruger.png, it like displays the entire picture in the terminal, right? This is only supported by like Xterm and a few other terminals, right? Which unfortunately don't support the full Unicode set. And I just haven't gotten it set. So I used to have it set so I could double render and I could do UXterm and Xterm at the same time. But unfortunately I can't do that right now. So I'm at a stage where I'm trying to figure that all out and I haven't quite figured it out yet. But yeah, this is really cool. Unfortunately, if I do the same thing in UXterm, it doesn't work. So that's why I like keep opening up terminals that I use both functionality all the time. So I end up getting into situations where I keep accidentally opening up. So yeah, there's a box. Okay, well, good on you guys. Thank you so much for being better than I am at everything. Okay, once spent 2 hours debugging JSON loading bug, only to find I edited the wrong file. Happens. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We made a box. You know, we're getting there, one step at a time. That's the best we can hope for. Okay, great. So now we're gonna actually make that a text box at the bottom of the screen. And again, this code's really ugly, but we're getting there, you know, slowly and surely. So the rectangle, we want to put the rectangle at, I believe, 20 in Y, and then we want it to be at 0, and then we want it to be 4, and we want this to be 80. And I believe that'll give us a dialog box at the bottom of the screen. I think that's fine. I think it looks pretty good. Let's remove this random yo that's sitting there. And let's just create a dialog box, I suppose. Hello there. How are you, Amaras? I hope you're having a great day. So what do we want to do? We want to commit what we have because chances are I'm going to break it. So let's go ahead and do git add spectrum.jl. And then we're going to do git commit -m, adding box, create rectangle. Well, actually, let me do one more thing before getting there. Let's go in via spectrum.jl. I'm going to create a new function called render objects, plural, and it's just going to take a objs. I'm going to call it objects. We're going to take objects, and this is going to be a vector of object. I screwed up. These need to be squirrely brackets. Okay, and here we're going to say, right, so here we're just going to do for obj in objects, and then we're just going to render obj object. There we go, and then obj. Okay, and let's fix this first, and then after that we'll commit. For object and object, yeah, that should be fine, right? How could I possibly screw up a function this simple? Am I right? Amara, thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months. Let's put 3 single cows in the chat. You already wrote it down, so let's just grab that one. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. Really appreciate it. I misspelled function. Thanks, Kid Hams. I appreciate that. I just, why am I so bad? Like, just, I have a PhD. I shouldn't be this bad. I didn't even misspell it. I just forgot to say it. That's okay. This is how development goes. You know, it's fine. Okay, so we'll keep going. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a set of objects, and we're just going to push to it. So we have person, we have border, and so in here we're just going to create objects equals this. just an empty thing, and we're just going to do, we're not going to render the object then, or render that object then. We're going to go down here, and we're just going to say push, and we're going to push onto objects. I don't know which comes first, but we're going to push the border. We'll push it, person actually. And then we're also going to push the border. And then down here, we're just going to render objects. And this is going to take objects in here. And then down here, we're going to render objects plural and take the set of objects. And this, I think, should work fine. Assuming we're passing pointers correctly, which we might not be. Who knows? New method mentioning render objects. Okay. An array of any one. Closest candidates are... Right. Okay, so that's because this needs to specifically be an object. So let's just create this a vector of object and something like that. Okay. You're not alone in that. Sometimes I forget to add def in my Python functions. Fair enough. I wrote ring the last time. Also forgot colon. Yeah. Okay. Convert object to type of object 1. Okay. So... I see the problem. I think. So, for obj and objects, no, that should be fine. Okay. So, closest candidate. So, we're pushing onto the array. What is the issue then? So, we're pushing onto the array of objects person. Does it need to be the other way around? Am I just getting this wrong? Could be. My Juliet REPL is gone. So let's open up a new one. Making sure I enable Unicode this time. Okay, let's keep going. So we're going to cd project specterm Julia -- project. Okay. And we're going to run a is equal to 1s of 10. And we're just going to push onto a. Well, let's see if I can spell push right. Onto a1. Works. Great. So we know that's not the issue. It says the issue is on push, and the issue is that we cannot convert an object of type object to an object of type array object 1. Why is it trying to convert? Why is it trying to convert anything? So we have a vector of objects. So let's try that. Let's try a is going to be equal to vector of int, and we're just going to do this. And now let's try push. Right. Okay. That seems to me like we already had this issue before. So let's go up to the top. Vector of string. Yeah, it needs to be not square brackets. I think it needs to be these brackets. Try that one again. Come on, work. And yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Exactly what I wanted to see. This is the best terminal game any of you guys have ever seen. Should be vector object. No, I just got the wrong brackets because I'm not exactly what you would call bright. So, you know, one day we'll get there. One day I'll perfectly understand the code I write. That day is not today, nor will it be any time this year. Okay, so what do we have? Create rectangle. So we created the rectangle. We created the person. So I suppose what I want to do is I'm going to create a new file specifically for dialogue. Yeah. And here's where I'm actually going to open up a previous code base. So I already have written before in curses a dialogue thing. So if I go into here, let me just open it up so you guys can see. So let me go huge over here. So we're going to cd into projects, RTFM, ls here, cd into source. And if I just run Python, hello, Python and code parser.py, basically this code box down here is exactly what I want. It just, you know, like I'm just explaining Fortran code. Now, is this the appropriate way to explain Fortran code? The answer is no. Is this how I'm explaining Fortran code right now? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't know why. It's just what I wanted to do at the time. I was trying to learn curses and stuff like that, so I thought it'd be kind of nice. So I'm going to open up that code on the side, and we'll try to figure it all out, you know? Let's go. Okay, so let's go into, cool. I was very happy. So let's go into dialog.py, I suppose. And what do we have here? So we define dialog, and it takes text box, text, and sleep time. I suppose that's fair. So what do we have here? The way I set it up before is I made it so as you resize the terminal, the text box also changes in size. I don't think I want to do that here because I think I want it to always be 24 by 80. The reason I want it to be 24 by 80 is just because I feel like that's a good space. Like if we're making a game where the character's moving around and stuff, I think that's a good space to play around with. And I think it's fine. We can later maybe allow for resizing. I guess we should allow for resizing now. But I kind of feel like once you start the game at a particular resolution, whatever that resolution is, I don't want you to resize while you're playing the game. I feel like that's a bit... What do you guys think? Should you allow for resizing while you're playing the game? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, you've convinced me. You guys have completely convinced me. Yeah, we should allow it for the we should allow the text box to change in size. Okay, cool. Man, you guys are very convincing. Let me commit what I have so I don't forget. Git commit -m. Adding no need for resize if I can save and reload. Yeah. So adding create rectangle function. Okay, git push origin development. Okay. So what do we have here? I think, how long have I been streaming? I think I've been streaming for what, 3 hours now? Looks like 3 hours and about 15 minutes now. So I guess, let's see. So it's almost 6 o'clock Eastern time, which is the time I normally start streaming. I think I might go for another hour, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. My back is kind of, I need to stretch a bit, you know? And I don't normally do long streams. What type of game will this be? Yeah, so the game is an adventure game. You're going around, you're a spirit. You can go between the spirit world and the real world to solve a bunch of puzzles. I really wanted it to be like really story driven, you know? So I think I created, or I am in the process of creating a kind of gripping story to go along with that. And you know, you'll see it as we develop. I mean, this type of thing will take a while. I don't know how far we're gonna get. I kind of wanted to see how far we get in a week, and then make another video, just at the end of this week, and just say this is how far we got in a week. You know, this is what happened. You know, like all this kind of stuff, like a development vlog or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. I would like to get like level 1 done by the end of the week, but I don't know what level 1 is. So you know, we'll figure it out. Neem THG, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Or is it Nemet HG? Nemeth. Oh, Nemeth G. That's what it has to be. Nemeth G. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at names. Everyone's really bad at names. Okay. So what do we have here? We are doing some sort of word wrapping. So word columns is the current row column in the place for word. Ooh, this is complicated as crap, isn't it? Have you played Baba Is You? No, I have not. Sorry about that. So let's see. Text box, add character 1, I. So for I in range 2 to text box columns -2. Okay. So I guess I'm going to create. Okay. Let's just kind of work something this. We'll kind of figure it all out. So I think I can actually open everything up in the Julia REPL now, because it's probably not as prone to breaking. So let me go ahead and try that. And in that case, I can do Control D. Let's go ahead and turn this into a module. Vi specterm.jl. And I'm just going to open up module specterm. Okay. And then down here, I believe I have to end the module. And then that means I can delete main. No, I just want to, export main. Okay. And then I just have to give spaces to all these guys. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating a module spectrum so that I can easily do some development over here. We can, there's a lot of stuff. Anyway, we'll just, so this will just allow me to do some development easier. please don't mock me. I can feel the mocking. You guys are mocking me because this is the dumbest way ever to indent. And I get that. I get that this is the dumbest way to indent, and I get that there are many different solutions. If I was using Vim, for example, there'd be plenty of good solutions with visual mode, but nope. I'm not using Vim. I'm using VI, and this is what I do. So, you know, just deal with it. I'm sorry. No echo. Yep. Okay, then function main. Objects. Yep. So. Sorry, I'm like really hyper focusing now. This is this is super engaging content. Oh no, I needed that one. Okay, so now we have a module, and we can. So VI does not have a visual mode. That is correct. So now we have a module spec term, and it exports main, the function. So let's go here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to Julia _ project, and I'm going to add revise to the scope. And then I'm going to do using revise, and then after that I want to. Can I just dev dot? Oh, I forget how revise works. I need to think about that. Macros, yeah, it has macros. Write and quit. So what revise does is it allows for basically recompilation on the fly. So it's a lot faster than having to like recompile it with an include statement every time. So that it's kind of nice. Speeds up development a lot. I'm gonna open up a new terminal because I just feel like opening up a new terminal. Move over here. And then move this up here. So yeah, I think I'm going to try to get that dialog box done today. We'll see how far I actually get. So I think what I want to do is create a type that is a dialog type, you know? And the dialog type will have within it a box, which is of type object. And I think that's how I want to do this, I think. So let's just go ahead cd projects revise tests because I was just working on this the other day. Cd source ls and go into vi revise tests.jl. So we have module revise test export greet matmul wait. Yeah, then just end module. Okay, cool. So in that case, I should be able to do using. Let me go up vi project. Wait, where's my? Did I just? Vi project.toml. It says name revise. Right. Okay. So UUID. I just need to do that then. So let's quit here and create project Julia. Sorry about that, guys. I always forget how to do this every single time, and everyone who knows Julia is gonna be really mad at me. But you know, it is what it is. In Julia concepts project package, cd my project, make directory my project Julia, activate dot. That's what I'm looking for. So if I go over here and I do activate dot environment spectrum. So let's go back. dvi project.toml, and we should have no. Okay, try it again. Julia _ project. How do we do it? Activate dot. Now it should say my project package prompt, add data frames. Let's see. No, I want to make it so I can just do using Spectrum. That's what I want. So how do I add local project? Creating packages. This is, I think, what I was doing before. So package generate hello world. So if I just go here and I do generate Spectrum. I think because this is, I think we want to do, I think we need to change the capitalization a bit. It's fine. Generate Spectrum. So we're going to do Control D, ls here. So now we have source and Spectrum. I'm going to vi Spectrum project.toml. I'm going to go over here and vi back project.toml. And then I'm just going to grab, oh, that's actually the wrong. I'm going to do something dumb, and that's okay because I am dumb. So we're going to go up here, and we're just going to grab this, and we're not going to worry about it. Okay. Does this work? I have no idea. So we're going to quit here, and then we're just going to do Julia _ project. And now we're just going to do using spec term. Yes, it almost works. Except for the fact that spec term is apparently broken, it almost works, which is great. Module spectrum, it says line 3. Ah, I see. Because I think I don't need these parentheses. Come on. Yeah, okay. So now, I don't have to recompile every time. Now it's just easier to work with, which is nice. I'm really bad with the Julia package ecosystem. I need to be better. Like, I'm a Julia developer. Like, I'm working in the freaking Julia lab, and I'm bad with Julia, you know? Like, I'm not bad with it. I'm pretty good with it, but I could be better, you know? Okay, so what things do I want to export from here? I also want to export object, I believe. And yes. So export main and object. So if I go over here, I can now, I think, call object. Oh, no, I can't. So we're going to do Julia double dash project. And the first thing I'm going to do is using revise, which allows for me to make it so anytime I make changes, like incremental changes to the code, I can now see the changes in the terminal. So for example, if I now do using spec term, right? I can do some really tricky things here. So this is actually really cool. I'm hoping you guys like this. This is a cool like Julia thing. So now I should have object available. Main is available. So this should, yeah, this runs our terminal script. If I do Q, that's fine. And now I should have object available because I should be, so if I do object, no, that doesn't exist. Crap. Why doesn't it exist? Mutable struct. Maybe I should call it spec term object. That's fine though. It shouldn't matter that much. This is written. Revise is working. So why can't I just do the object? Am I doing something dumb here? I feel like I must be doing something dumb here. I'm exporting object. I'm also exporting main. And for some reason, I can't. Okay. Well, this is me being dumb. I've been dumb for the past 3 hours, and I will continue to be dumb for the next probably eternity. So we'll just keep working. How do I get access to the object type? So what if I just return? So what if I export? I don't know, something else here, like create rectangle. Okay, and I write that. Go over here, and then I look for it. Create. Oh, that's because I misspelled it. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, create rectangle. And now I should have create. No, where is it? Why is revise not working? Crap. Control D, Julia. And now let's try using spec term. And then we should have create. Yeah, now I have create rectangle. Okay, well this is not quite working the way I anticipated it to work, but that's okay. So let's do main object, because I think these are the only ones we really need to export at this point in time. And we'll just keep working on it a bit. But yeah, let me just make sure revise is working. Test. And here we're going to create function test. And this is just going to say print check. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Probably print line is what I want. Go over here and let's do Control D. Julia double dash project using revise. Okay. And now let's do using spec term after that. Spec term. Looks like NetHack with the frame. Oh yeah. I haven't seen NetHack in a long time. I don't even remember what it looks like, honestly. Oh, yeah. It's been a while. Okay, so now we're going to do... now I should have the test function available. So if I call test, it says check. And then I'm going to add this. And with just writing, without pre-compiling, if I run test, yeah, then it pre-compiles. And now we should say check this. Yep, okay, cool. So it is working, it's just it doesn't work with like all these exported functions. So we got to be careful about that. I need to learn how revise works anyway for work, so I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go into VI. I'm going to make a new directory or a new file, and we're just going to call it dialog. JL. And we'll start thinking about how exactly we're going to go about creating this dialog box. Again, the idea is just that we have a box at the bottom of the screen, and that box is of a particular size. The size is of, the width of the terminal. Now, I don't want the height of the box to change. I think the height is always going to be 4, but this gives us 2 lines to write stuff down in. So that's kind of what we're going to do here. So do I want to create a new module? I think I do. So let's do module. We'll call it spec term. Should spec term be capitalized like this? Spec term? Well, yeah, I think I actually want to call it like dialog. I think I actually like I like that. So I think we're going to modify it so it's capital S and capital T, because I don't know, I like that. Write and quit. And now let's go into dialog.jl and end here. So we just got to think about how we're going to do this. So we want a struct, which is going to be dialog box, I believe. Now what's going to be inside of this? So end. So in here, we probably actually want functions that act on dialog box, right? And these functions will be like, write string or something like that. So what we need is definitely we'll call it box, which is going to be of type object, which we can define later. Couldn't resist clipping part of the stream. Uh-oh, what part of the stream was it? I'm so sorry. What is this? Let's take a look. What do we have? Well, this is me being dumb. I've been dumb for the past 3 hours, and I will continue to be dumb for the next probably eternities. Okay. Well, yeah, fair enough. I was checking my video and audio sync while I was looking at that. Okay, so inside of the dialog box, we're going to have object. But what else do we need in the dialog box? Do we just need the box? I think what we're going to want to do, so let me think about the functions we want here. So we probably want redraw dialog, which is going to take a dialog box. So we'll say box, which is of type dialog box. Box, right? So this is for when, terminal is resized. Called automatically when terminal is resized. Okay. And then I suppose, and here, we also want something in here that's going to be write dialog. Called with a string to write. So then it's going to be, I guess, speak, write. What do we want to say here? So I guess it's going to be called write dialog. And this is going to take 2 arguments. One is going to be the box, which is going to be a dialog box. And the next argument is going to be text, which is just going to be a string. Okay. Now, the other thing we need, let's see, is we need parse dialog. Yes, so this parses the text so it fits in the box and prints and prompts user to press appropriate buttons when necessary. Okay, so this is going to be what is it going to be called? Parse dialog. And then here, I think it's again going to take the box, which is going to be type dialog box. And then should the write dialog... So the way I have this in my mind is write dialog is different than parse dialog, because write dialog is just going to write, word by word by word, maybe write and parse dialog are the same thing. Does write dialog append or replace the text? Not exactly. It's just gonna write word by word by word by word, and then when you press space, it clears the box and then writes it again. So that's kind of the plan. Let's see. I suppose the text then would be of type object, right? Anyway, we're workshopping this. We're thinking it through. So parse dialogue is going to take box, dialogue box, and do we need parse dialogue, or can we just do write dialogue? Maybe we can all, maybe this all fits in the same function. So we'll try putting it all in the same function for now. Okay, so here we have that. There was one more thing I was thinking that we need. So we have the ability to write the dialogue. We have the ability to redraw the dialogue box when it's changed. What does the dialogue box need inside of it? What does the struct need inside of it? So we also need text speed. And we need to think about how we're gonna do this. So let's say text speed is gonna be of type float. Doesn't matter if it's float 64 or 32, probably 32. Getting tired is cool to catch a stream. Yeah, see, Amras, I'll be live earlier tomorrow, so you can stop by then. What I'm getting at is, do you need a separate method to clear the dialogue box, or is it included in write dialogue? Yes, I was thinking about that. I feel like maybe we should have a separate, yeah, we should have a separate for clear dialogue. I think so. Okay. Now, this unfortunately means, and here's the thing, that if we have a concept of text speed, right, then we also need basically some sort of time, like some sort of clock, you know, which I don't think we currently have right now. Yeah, I don't think we have it right now. So I think we're going to have to create a game loop. That's, I think, the next thing that we need to do before we can add a dialogue box, which is fine. So we've already sketched out what we need for the dialog box. It's going to be module dialog. We have struct dialog box. Again, right now it just says box, object, text speed. These are the functions we know we need. So let's go back and let's create that concept of time in our code. Pokemon Exorcista, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a great day, by the way. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, let me know. I'm doing the best I can to keep up with chat. I think we're doing okay. And yeah, so this whole week, I think we're going to be spending working on this game. Again, normally I work on the algorithm archive, and you know, just for the record, I did just put out a video just before a stream. I don't know how important this is, but I just wanted to show it off. Here's the video right here, how to color complex functions. It's doing okay, I guess. 173 upvotes, 1 downvote. That's not bad. So here's share. I'll just give it to you guys in case you guys want to take a look at it. So it's over here. Oh, did that work? I don't think it worked. I think I just grabbed the wrong text. So let's try sharing that again. Here you go. Paste it there. In case you guys want to take a look at it. It's not doing too well in terms of views. Like, I was expecting a few more views, but that's okay. Like, it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Hopefully it'll all work out for the next few days. Over the next few days. Yeah, I've been kind of realizing that, how do I put this? A lot of the stuff I do on YouTube, like, I think is like super cool, and then it ends up being that very few people actually watch it. So I get kind of a bit depressed about that, but it's fine. Like, that's the nature of this type of stuff. So let's go back into spectrum.jl. Sorry, vi-spectrum.jl. And let's just see how time works in Julia. I first implement a lower level dialog box that just puts text in the box without worrying about timings or anything. Yeah, I've already got that though. I'm not too worried about it. That's relatively straightforward. So I want to get the time loop done first, and then we'll worry about this. I suppose we want 2 different timing types. No, we definitely, so let's do clock Julia. And let's get that done first. You know, we're in no rush. We just kind of work on things as we work on it. Measuring elapsed CPU time equivalently clock. You might want to take a look at this, CPU time. Let's see. Installation package CPU time. So we have tick and tock, time, and then elapsed. Okay, so let's see how these guys work, because I'm actually not sure. So let's go down here and let's just do add CPU time. And in here, we're also going to do using CPU time. Okay. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to make it so we have like a character that just moves back and forth every time step or something like that. I haven't quite figured it out, so let's just do it now. In here, we're going to create rectangle, object. So I'm just going to create an object. let's just do it. So we have border person, and in here I'm going to say ball, and it's going to be an object of, I'm just going to give it a position, so it's going to be 1, 1, 1, 1, and the string is going to be lowercase o. And actually, maybe we move it a bit. So I think it's XY position. So let's say, let's try 25 and then 25. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it so like every second or so, this guy like goes big and small again. That's what I'm going to try to do. And we'll just see how this goes. I have no idea. So let's just, you know, using CPU time over here, work in our Julia shell and see how it goes using CPU time. Okay, so let's see, at time. Okay, I'm not sure you need CPU time. Couldn't you just do a loop with sleep in it? Okay, so yeah, there's two different ways to do that. One, we could sleep every like nanosecond or whatever. So like if you want 60 frames a second, I'm not saying you definitely don't need 60 frames a second for this. You would need, time is a macro measuring how long function call takes. I use it all the time. Yeah, you're right. So this is probably a bit different then. So let me think then. We could do, yeah, we could do sleep. How do I normally do this? So normally it is, we usually have a time variable. You know, we have a game loop that goes through and it basically measures what t is, you know? And so we do need some concept of what t is. So then it re-renders every, yeah, so we need to, I think we need a concept of frames per second, so we know how many times it's going to refresh every second, right? I think that's important. So then I assume it's going to refresh essentially instantly, unless we're really, really, really bad at programming, which we could be. But, you know, I'm assuming it's going to refresh almost instantly. So yeah, I guess maybe you're right. I think maybe we, yeah, we could just use sleep. Let's try that as a first, as a first test. So we're going to define. Do we need anything more complicated? I think you might be right. I think we could just use sleep. Yep, let's try it. Okay, so we have function init, kill curses, and we should have a main function in here as well. And you're right. I don't think time. Well, okay, let's just work on it. I'm quit postulating about it and actually get something done. So let's see. We're gonna do a while loop. While true, and it doesn't really matter what it is. So let's do while game, while play, you know, and then we're gonna say play equals true. Okay. So play equals true, something like this, and so while play is true, and then we're gonna say if key. Yep. So if key.value is equal to q. So yank to yank, paste down here. If this is equal to q, then we're just gonna say play equals false. And so we dd here. So this should work identically to how it worked before. So if we just do main in here, we should get the same. Control D, Julia, using revise. Okay, and now we're gonna do using Spectrum. Ah, okay. Interesting. Spectrum does not have text user interfaces in its dependencies. Error key Spectrum. Okay, so key error, key Spectrum not found. Let's see, where are we at? So it's require get index. What? Revise.jl. Oh, okay, I see the problem. Let's just go back here. Quit vi back a directory into project.toml. And we're just going to change the name of this to be capital S because we changed the name of it in its module. Okay, Control Z, Julia, and now let's do using revise and then using Spectrum and see what happens. Let's go back over here to spectrum.jl. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, we have the object there, render objects, G down here to main, really quick. So let's see, we have the ball. And we need to push the ball onto the set of objects. So ball. Okay. And I guess we're going to say move print object. Refresh. So render objects. Yes. So what I want to do is I want to say every step we're going to say ball dot content is going to be equal to either O, little o, or big O. So let's say if I guess we want a step idea as well. So we're just going to say step equals 1. It's really ugly, but you know, it is what it is. So we're going to put a step in here. Plus equals 1. And we're going to say if step is even or if step is odd. So that's going to be in here, we'll say step if, and I suppose people probably want me to use the Turner. It's fine. So if step modulo 2 equals 0, then we do the following. And then we do else if, else, and here, yank, paste, and let's just change that to capital O. Okay, so this should have a ball, or like a little ball that's going up and down and up and down. That's kind of what I'm going for here. So we'll see if that actually happens or not. Cool, so let's see what happens if we go down here, and we remove these strings in here, because I just feel like it. We render the objects, we erase everything, we render everything, and then we refresh. That should be fine. JLget step, okay. So then let's just run using spectrum again. Perfect. Instantiate, right. Try it one more time. And then hopefully using spectrum works. No. Package spectrum required but does not seem to be installed. Activate. Using spectrum. Right. Okay, so Control D. Okay, screwed something up. So let's try to figure it out. I think if I go into Julia and then I do I think here project process, no. Crap. I think I need to create a new project and okay, let's just mess around a bit. So where are we? Measuring the performance, creating projects, generate hello world. That's what I want. Let's go here. Generate spec term. This worked before. So now we're going to do back, Control D, vi spec term project.toml. Go here, g vi project.toml. And I'm just going to d4d. And we're just going to put in this project.toml's header in here, because that's just what I do. Up here, open, paste, and see what that does. Right here, quit, ls, remove dash r spec term, and then capital spec term. Okay, so now let's run Julia double dash project, and let's see what happens. So we're going to do using spec term. Oh, come on, what? Instantiate. Okay. Using spec term. Package spec term is required but does not seem to be installed. I'm looking at Vim on Xmonad and Arch. No, you're looking at VI on OpenBox on Arch. But yeah, pretty close, you know. Right, so why am I not allowed to do using spec term? That's my question. And I don't know the answer to that. So let's see. Julia double dash project equals dot. Using instantiate. I don't know why I did that. Using spec term. No, of course not. So let's go into vi specterm.jl. Module specterm seems to be fine. We already used it before. So let's just move specterm.jl into specterm.jl. It's all because I wanted to change the capitalization, you know? If I didn't want to change the capitalization, we'd be fine. Really? Okay, fine. Fine. Whatever. It's fine. I'm not even mad. Using revise. And now we're going to do using spectrum after that. And then we should have... Yep. Okay, so one thing I need to do down here in main is I need to make it so... Let's see. While play, then we're going to say, yeah, all this stuff still works. And I guess what I want to do is sleep, and we're going to sleep 0.25. Now if we run main, see what happens. All right, the O doesn't seem to be changing. Oh, no, wait. Okay, right. Yeah, I just added the latency to, okay, right, so that didn't work. Cute. Okay, if you put sleep in the same thread that's processing input, that will be a problem. Yep, yeah, that's, yeah, so I guess I could do some sort of concurrent thing. So let's see, erase, JL-getch. I think the problem is that, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I think this process focus is what's getting me. No, because JL-getch is blocking. That's the issue. JL-getch is blocking. So we don't want it to be blocking. We want something that just like reads the input, you know, but doesn't stop the input from coming in. You know, that's the issue right now. So how did I do this previously? I mean, I had this working in Python. So let's see. Let's do. I'll just go back. Via /rtfm source, and then we'll do dialog, I suppose. .py. And it's these 4 words and words, word column. So we just say word column. Okay, so we say text box, add string, row number, word column, word. So let's see. We did time.sleep with some sort of sleep time. We definitely did that. So how does this, for word and words, you're right. Yeah, you need a separate thread that only does JL-getch. If you sleep with the same thread, that process input will be a problem. Yep. So then, I guess we have to figure out multi-threading in Julia, which I don't actually know how to do. I know how to do it on GPUs, don't know how to do it on as a multi-threading Julia. Multi-thread parallelism, let's go. So base threads spawn. Some history, how to use it, Julia num threads. To use Julia with multiple threads, use Julia num threads environmental variable. Okay, well, I think you're right. I think we don't need CPU time. I think what I did before is I got away with doing this kind of like text box that moved because the only input would come after. Yeah, the only input would come after the text has rendered. So we would wait for the text to move and everything. So we'd wait for the animation, and then you would move around again. So you weren't actually, we didn't have 2 modes of input. You're correct. Chris has key. Is that maybe that's what we're looking for? Chris's has key. Let's see what this does. Chris's.has key. So Chris's terminal handling for character cell display. Python dictionary has key. What does this do? So getch, wget, mvgetch, mvw routines read a character from the window in no delay mode. If no input is waiting, the value error is response. So the has key routine takes a key value from the above list and returns true or false according to whether current terminal type recognizes the current terminal type recognizes a key with that value. Note that a few values do not correspond to the real key. Key resize, key mouse, resize term. Okay, so yeah, let's try that one. Maybe that's what we need. So we have the has key, and the idea here is if has key w equals true is what we're actually looking for here. So, okay, let's see if we have that available, and let's go. Because I think that's exactly what we need. So we're going to do Julia double dash project, and one thing I'm going to do first is remove CPU time, because I think you're right, we don't need it. So we're going to move up here, and then CPU time, d. Okay. Slowly but surely getting there. You know, we'll get there eventually. Let me get some water. So yeah, I don't know how much I tend to talk about YouTube a lot here on stream, not because it's like it is important, I think. I mean, YouTube is where like most of the people find this community, you know, I think. And so I feel like, you know, I get worried is the thing. I get super worried about it, you know. Okay, so let's do using term text user interfaces end curses, and then just using text user interfaces, and let's do text user user interfaces dot end curses dot has key. It doesn't look like has key exists. Found you on Twitch, right? Because we rated Lana, I think. So that's fair. Haven't been to YouTube yet. Yeah, I don't know. I get super bummed about it because like, I mean, I can't. Okay, let me explain. I know I shouldn't rant about YouTube at all here, but like, okay, so there's this graph, right? This graph that kind of goes up and down for the number of subscribers, right? And here's your. Let me just draw a straight line over here, right? So we're just going to draw a straight line here, right? So let's say I publish a video here. So here's a published video. And let's say there's another published video here. You know, here's our graph. And then right when I publish the video, it goes negative, you know? And then it comes back up to where it was before, you know? Then I publish another video, it goes negative. And then it keeps going before. It's just super depressing. Because like, you know, this video, I spent literally like 80 hours of work on this video. And, you know, I lose 100 subscribers for it, you know? And then, you know, I spent like, you know, another 20 hours on this one, not as much. But, you know, I still lost another like 30 subscribers today just for putting out a video. And it's depressing. Like, you know, those subscribers, you know, they just forgot that they were subscribed to the channel and they don't really care about the content. And that's fine. It's just that like, it still hurts a bit, you know? And so I end up getting kind of depressed about it. Like, not like depressed, but, you know, like it kind of, the fact, so usually you publish a video and you hope that after publishing a video, this subscriber line is just slightly higher than the previous subscriber line would have been, you know? And then you publish another video and it's slightly higher. So overall, because you got more traffic to the channel because of that video being pumped out, you know, you get more views and all that kind of stuff works. But, you know, KB hit was the function. I don't think it's part of curses. Ah, okay. Yep. So let's see, what do we have here? So if we have something like create a function to check for key presses, so KB hit, you can use no delay function to turn getch into a non-blocking call, which returns error if no key press is available. If a key press is available, it is pulled from the input screen, but you can push it back to the queue. So let's see. Oh, I'm so hard. Okay, let me 1 second. I just dropped something, so give me just a second to pick it up. I don't know where it is, so... there it is. Alright, got it. Sorry, that was super lame of me, but that's okay. Okay. So, let's see, what do we have here? It says KB hit, so we have int character is equal to getch. If character is not equal to error, ungetch ch. So if a key press is available, it's pulled from the input queue, but you can push it back onto the queue if you like with ungetch. Okay, what does this mean? So you can use a no delay function. I think that's what I want. I think I want a no delay function. Yep. That's what I want. To turn getch into a non-blocking call. Oh yeah, feel free to ask a quantum mechanics question, no problem. So I definitely want the no delay function, which returns an error if no key press is available. If a key press is available, it's pulled. So key press is available. It's pulled from the input queue, but you can push it back onto the queue if you like with ungetch. I'm not actually sure what that means. So if KB hit, so if keyboard hit, key pressed, it was this. Okay, I see what's happening. Yep, that's fine. In what case do you have to use nonlinear Schrodinger equation? Is the linear Schrodinger equation not accurate enough? It's not so much about accuracy, it's more about the fact that the nonlinear Schrodinger equation shows different physics. So superfluid systems are like, you know, it's a nonlinear Schrodinger equation known as the Gross-Pedievsky equation. This equation allows for you to see, you know, superfluid systems and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. It just shows different physics. I'm sorry if I don't mean to ramble. It's just, that's it. It's just different physics. So maybe we should create a function like this then. So we say int character is equal to get, and then we return. So if the keyboard is hit, no delay affecting completely unrelated functions hurts my gentle functional programmer soul. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe, I mean, but this should work, you know? So maybe let's try it. Let's just get something down that's working is kind of where I'm at right now. So export main. Superfluids cannot be appropriately described by the linear Schrodinger equation. That's, you need some sort of mean field. On the lower level, kinda, you're right. But the bulk superfluid dynamics cannot be seen with just a linear Schrodinger equation. This is C-wave programming, but it still makes me sad. I'm sorry, I come from C programming. It's what I do. So let's go up to the init function. Here, where is the init? Init UI, and down here we're just going to say no delay. I think it's... So I think if I just do methods no delay, we should see... Well, if I can spell methods right. Let's see, no delay is going to take a window. So yeah, we'll init screen, and then we're just going to do no delay of background, and then we're going to give it a false? True. Okay. Should be fine. We'll just see how this goes. So now we have no delay here. So now if I run this, so we're going to do using spec term. We'll do using revise first. And then we'll do using spec term. It shouldn't be waiting. So let's do using spec term here. And now if we run the main, did I not remove CPU time? No, I did. What? Control D, Julia double dash project, remove CPU time. Was it not removed? No, okay. Using revise, and then we'll do using spec term, and hopefully we get what we expect. Precompiling spec term. Yep. Okay, fine, it works now. So if we do main here, we should see, yep, so now this little thing is going up and down, which is exactly what we expect to see. And I can move around, but yeah, it's super slow on my end because it has to be, yeah. Okay, I can only move around every quarter of a second. Okay, we need to think about that a bit. Yeah, we need to think about that a lot. Because that meant that I couldn't move around very quickly, right? Because that means it only updates every, like... I mean, I guess I could... Let's see, what do we have for sleep? Where's our sleep? Sleep here, let's change this to 0, 1. And let's just see what happens if we run main now. Because it's probably pretty fluid at that stage. I mean, that's 100 FPS, right? Yeah, this is pretty fluid on my end. I mean, admittedly, you don't need 100 FPS for a terminal game. But if it's a terminal game, why not use 100 FPS, you know? Who cares? Okay, that's fine. I'm happy enough with that. I mean, granted, we do have the step count rising, like, dramatically high. It doesn't really need to raise that high at all, but hey, it's fine. You mean it's like classical fluid dynamics versus calculating paths of all the particles? Yeah, exactly. Is the C-wave programming? Makes me sad. So now we do have the concept of a timer. It's non-blocking, so I'm actually not seeing any reason we can't just keep it as it is right now. I mean, it seems to be working just fine. Like, that was pretty good. If you use Alacrity, you have GPU accelerator terminal as well. I can also just use, like, GPUs. Like, I do GPU programming. That's what I do, you know? I actually kind of wanted to do, like, GPU. Like, I wanted to have, like, some computation that was just insanely complicated that you actually require the GPU to do. So that this game actually does require it for some stupid reason. Like, it's just like I really wanted to try to do something like that because it's just dumb, you know? And I love the fact that, like, this is the most over-engineered game that you could possibly make. That to me is kind of cool. Okay. So then, in this case, we have this idea of sleep time. Okay, so now we can probably go back to that dialog box. Do we need to? Okay, so let's take a look at this function over here. So this KB hit. So this is asking, is the keyboard hit, right? We're no longer waiting for getch. So we're no longer waiting for a keyboard input. Is there any harm? So here we have KB hit. So print W, keyboard's print, it was whatever that was. Okay, so I guess what they're doing here is they're saying int character is equal to getch. And if character is not equal to an error, we ungetch character and we return 1. Otherwise, do we need this? I'm trying to think of whether we need this or not. So let's see, you can use a no delay function to turn getch into a non-blocking call. If you lower the FPS and try pressing many buttons with 1 frame, you might have issues. That's true, because you could only have 1 input at a time. But I think that's true with this as well. You're always only going to have 1 input. It only processes 1 input at a time. And I mean, I wonder if you could queue multiple inputs. So you could do like, I don't know. I mean, I guess in principle, we could imagine having like a keyboard queue or something. I think it could be simplified. You could just use the character if it is not an error. That's currently what I'm doing. And I don't see any reason not to do that right now. Like, that's what I'm trying to think of. Does it remember the queue or does it forget it? That's a good question. Ice Die, Jurani, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I don't think this is a bad idea. I think this needs major restructuring is what it needs, which is fine. Like all code, that's how code works. You always have to restructure. Underscore yellow here. So we'll get to the restructuring in a bit. I want to think about how we want to restructure though. So let me just go up here to the top and I'm just going to put a very quick, notes. FPS is currently implemented via a sleep function. Let's see. So naturally, for keyboard inputs, we are using getch, which is typically blocking. And waiting for input. I suppose the question is whether we need more robust. So, do we need more robust keyboard handling? That's the question. I don't know. I'm just putting this in there just so we have it there and I remember to look at it later. Okay, so I've been streaming for probably about 4 hours now, I think. Let's see. It has been, it's been over 4 hours. So I think maybe, I know this is kind of a lame place to call it because we didn't quite finish the dialogue box, but I'm also incredibly tired. So I might go ahead and close stream for now. And then we'll come back tomorrow and finish up the dialogue box and get like basic stuff working. So tomorrow, the first thing we'll do is get the dialogue box working. I have some questions about how to do that, but I think that's okay. So let's go ahead and commit what we have. So git status. Okay, so we're going to do git add dot git status. Okay, git commit. I don't know why I said new file and deleted, but that's okay. So git commit -m, adding sketch for dialogue and fixing and creating spec term module. Okay, git push development origin development. Yep. I did CP. Oh, you're right, because I didn't use git move. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me go ahead. I'm on the wrong screen really quick. I didn't have my notifications up. Okay. So yeah, I think that's okay for today. We got a lot of progress done. Again, we have the guy moving around on screen. We started adding time to our system. There's a lot of stuff that we did today, and I think we made a lot of good progress. Again, by the end of this week, I'm hoping to have like level 1 basically done, and there's a lot of stuff left to do before we get level 1 done. So this is going to take like major restructuring. I'm not sure how far we're going to get this week. I'm really hoping to get pretty far, but you know, like we'll see, one step at a time. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming in. Again, new YouTube video out. Please feel free to check it out. The algorithm archive obviously is still, you know, majorly a work in progress. I think we actually have like a very quick algorithm that we might do about this particular game that I'm thinking about what we can do with it. So we might be doing an algorithm archive work to do with that as well. I'm probably going to do some inverse methods this week for the algorithm archive because I'm interested in them and I just want to take a look at them. So we'll see. Definitely I'm working on the terminal game tomorrow, and then we'll see what we think we can get done by the end of the week then. Outside of that, thank you guys so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I guess let's raid, we could do Kindred Dev. I feel like we should do Kindred Dev. He's a cool guy, doing some game development. Oh, Mr. Urologist too. I feel like we did Strager and yeah, let's do Kindred Dev. I remember liking his stuff before. So let's go and start that raid. Kindred Dev. Okay. So anyway, that's it for now. Thanks again, guys, and I will see you guys next time. Bye, guys.